seems smelly.
Very.
But the automatic ping thingy?
I've been debatable. Also,
But
great.
But the app didn't even ping me though.
Also, wait, great piece. What?
You've not been paying attention. This has been starting art for the full week.
No.
Has work sucked the soul out of you that hard?
Yes.
Wow.
Goddamn.
Hello.
Hello, Sparta. He hasn't put it in Aurelia art yet. Oh. Goodbye, user.
Hey, already.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Oh god, I forgot to turn on the lights. I'm Batman. There we go. I just got the tweet out. We're doing good there. Looks like Aurelia is a little shaky here. Give me 1 second. Good old Unity engine. There we go. That should fix things. Okay, so like I said, tweets live. Let me grab for you guys the artwork. And we should be good to go. Hello, Zafir. The only man brave enough to talk on the YouTube side of things. Okay. Just second chat. Yeah, I was gonna say, just gotta let OBS boot up. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. You guys know the drill. What the heck is going? Okay, there we go. Do you know which Valk you'll pick? Yeah. And it'll be the same as JP. Yeah, so for clarity on the whole Discord bot thing there, I was in the process of typing out the ping for everyone because I normally do it manually on Discord. And literally the bot went in there and did it as I was doing it. And I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess I don't have to then." And it's funny because that bot has been turned on for the better part of like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. And it's never pinged even once. And then now it did. So like, I don't know what caused it to. Maybe because like I hadn't pinged, but I was like, I wasn't exactly slow on the ping, like any slower than normal anyway. So I don't know what caused it to finally go off, but I'll have to look into that. So you're typing what the hell up? Yeah. I have to apologize, chat. I was supposed to get you guys the Tame Tomo video today. I forgot. Straight up. I'm gonna just be real with y'all. The reason I forgot was Wuthering Waves. I literally was playing some today after I got up, and I got locked in a 3-hour long character quest that was unskippable, and it just like absolutely like made me forget. I was raging by the end of that quest. It was the worst quest I have ever had to do in any game because it just would not stop. Sounds like pain. Yeah, is unskippable. I'm like, I'm sorry, that's just not acceptable. Like, it wasn't even fun. The Lion Kid quest. Yup. That shit was just dumb. Just dumb. So it's like that quest alone made me go like, I don't know that I'm gonna play this game. And then I proceeded to just go ahead and convert some of the currency to see what the guaranteeable SSR was that I was gonna get, and I did it, and I got the Lion Kid. And I just was like, I called it too. You could ask people in VIP. I was like, watch me get the kid. And sure enough, I did. I like his design, but his quest sucks. It does. It is just fucking awful. I don't know what dev thought that was acceptable, but they should be fired. Like, straight up. And it's not like if you're interested in the kid, you'd probably like the quest. I'm just not really interested, and there's tons of like stall baked into it where like he walks around and you have to escort him. And like basically everything just being unskippable when even like the main story cutscenes are skippable. So it's like I'm sorry, it's awful. I still hated that quest. Yeah, it like I don't know. I don't know. It felt really bad. So I'm not sure if we'll be doing Wuthering Waves unless chat can convince me otherwise. Maybe there's something I've overlooked, but as far as I'm concerned, my initial impressions of Wuthering are thus. Wuthering Waves has a much better world and concept than Genshin Impact. Wuthering Waves has, to me, better music than Genshin Impact. Now, I will say that's more of a taste thing. But I do think the characters are well designed, but I'm going to actually, at this point, give the edge to the Genshin characters. I think the Genshin characters are just flat out better than Wuthering. Because at least in the initial like offering of Genshin characters, there were several characters that I liked the design of. In Wuthering, there's like maybe 3 that I've seen so far where I was like, okay, I kind of like this one. Kind of. But there's not like that one. There's not like the saber face, right? Like I don't have that like hot blonde. The only blonde, in fact, in the game is like some small child. And I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not going to say that every game has to have one, but like from there, if I take that out, so now there's not anyone that I'm wild about. And then I go like, okay, there's like 2 or 3 that I think are attractive. And that's really it. So. The Mondstadt initial chapter is a masterclass of storytelling. No, I disagree with that. I think the Mondstadt initial chapter is terrible storytelling. But what I will say, at least for it, is that the Mondstadt chapter is something that is familiar fantasy to people that like it. I think probably the biggest issue with Wuthering Waves is that its story just throws a shit ton of proper nouns at you that you've never fucking heard of before. And like that's the biggest issue I have with it at this point. Is like, just let me play the game, just let me experience things. And instead it's like, but wait, you've got these tacit dissonant whispers, nocturnes, whatever, right? Like, and it just starts throwing out these things, these concepts at you, which I'm like, okay, that's cool. And I can see it has a musical sound-based theme to it. But like, they just keep throwing things out and like, it's expected that you know it. It's really weird because it's acting like it's an isekai, but it's an isekai that like just absolutely tries to overwhelm you at first. Saw people complaining the story is a boring yap fest. I don't necessarily know that it's boring, but it is a yap fest, and it's like they're trying to ram a shit ton of info down your throat at the very beginning. And I can say, like, in this case, at least with something like, say, FGO, it's not that, you know, there's not a lot of dialogue in the origin of FGO. There is, right? Like, I'm not going to say that that's not the case. What I will say with FGO, though, is I think there's 2 tiers to it. One is you go in as a Fate fan. If you go in as a Fate fan, there is just so much knowledge you already have, and it's not difficult to process any of this. But if you go in completely uninitiated If you go in as somebody that has nothing really going on, at least still you understand the basic concept of what a mage is and like magic as a whole. Whereas in Wuthering Waves, it's like they're trying to establish that as a concept. They're trying to establish these like tacit discords and things like that. And I'm like, I kind of get what you're trying to say, but like, just call him a fucking monster. It's like it's that easy, and then you can keep alluding to them being tacit discords over time. They just keep giving you the proper noun and don't actually explain or show you what they mean when they're talking about it. And in that regard, yeah, I think it's just terrible onboarding is what it boils down to. And even with FGO, you can skip if you don't want to read. You can read and enjoy the story. It's not super overbearing. Yeah. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to make, is that like FGO is set up as if it is a visual novel, and so its verboseness is somewhat excusable. An action-oriented game, I'm going to be honest with you guys. You want to know how a story in an action game should go? I hate you. I hate you too. We shall battle. That's basically the entire premise behind an action game. I'm not saying you can't make it more complex during an action game, but I am saying that the player, your average player of an action game, just wants to go fast. Straight up. That's the entire premise behind an action game. So I kind of get it. At least have the dialogue while we fight or something. Yes, that would actually be cool as well. So it's like, I feel like they're trying to explain every nook and cranny, and one, that can be done over time, and two, I don't really need to care. So, but like, yeah, my initial impressions of Wuthering are that, like, again, story in the world's really good, but it's way too verbose. The onboarding sucks ass right now. The characters, I don't think the designs are bad. There's just no one really that appeals to me too much. I do think the models actually look really good, and I do think they've done the animations very well on them. And I have to applaud them, at least so far, for having like different designs and body structures, and like characters whose models are not exactly one-to-one the same. I will also say that the gacha system overall seems Genshin, like just the exact same as Genshin. I've been told that the pity is 10 less, which I'm sure will make a lot of people go like, "Ooh, that's really nice." However, my counter to this is, so far from everything I can see, there is no way to get the actual straight currency for the gacha, even the normal currency, in the world. And for that reason, I think it's actually worse than Genshin. It is scummier than Genshin. It is more tightwad than Genshin is. Because Genshin did have at least some things that you could go around the world doing, and you would occasionally get the actual like currency. And I'm not talking about like the little like star things that you can convert into the currency. I'm talking the actual currency was occasionally there in the world. So that's kind of the issue that I've had with it so far. And I've looked up to see, like, am I incorrect on this? Are there ways in which you can get it throughout the world? And the answer is no. It's basically only from challenges and like milestones that you achieve in the game, and essentially only from conversion. So I'm like, okay, that kind of sucks though. I don't know why they don't do more, right? Like, the lower it is, the more scummier it is, right? And that's the thing that I'm worried about with this, is that it just looks like it's Kuro Games at this point trying to make a quick buck. So I don't know, right? Like I don't want to like make anyone hate the game, but I don't think it's for me at this point. We'll see, right? Like I'll still try to continue to keep an open mind on it, but like I said, that unskippable like 3-hour quest made me go like, bro, no, I ain't continuing to do that. And that's one character quest out of like, I think there's like 6 in the game right now. So I was like, man, if they're all this bad, I don't want to touch the other ones. So, or you don't like it because it's very Genshin-esque, and that's not a good sign for me. I think if if a game is open world, that's one thing, right? But I will agree with you that, like, I've had several people ask me, hey, Cad, how is this happening in Wuthering Waves? How does it handle this? How does it handle that? And every single time my answer has just been, just like Genshin. Just like Genshin. It's just Genshin. How do I know what to do? It's Genshin. I hate it. I hate the fact that it is quite literally one-to-one Genshin. Like down to they have the same battle pass gimmick. They have the same conversion rate of currency. They have the same Welkin Moon. Everything is there. So it's all the stuff that I hate about Genshin is there. And at that point, I'm like, well, I'm sorry. The text and menus are Genshin. Yeah. No, the music isn't Genshin. The music is better than Genshin. I have to hand it to him. But that's also because of who Kuro Games uses, the same people that did the music for PGR. And PGR's music slaps. PGR's music is amazing. So, did the lag get better? It was better when I was playing it this morning. But again, that's middle of the day on a work week. So, like, not gonna be surprised if that like gets worse tonight. But yeah, and like I'm gonna say, just because the same as Genshin doesn't necessarily make it bad. But I will say that there's a lot of things about Genshin that I don't like that they copied. So to me, that's the issues that I have with it. But I think an open world game as a whole can be a fun thing. It can be a cool concept. I am at least curious to see how Kuro Games does it different, but so far I'm like kind of unimpressed. That is to say, all they did was take the same formula. And I'm like, I wanted to see them do something different with it. I wanted to see them put their own mark on that formula and basically try out some sort of different approach to a gacha game like this. And so far as I can tell, they haven't. It's the same. So I think the biggest fundamental difference is in the combat. That is good. That is probably the best aspect of Wuthering Waves. The combat in Wuthering Waves, absolutely far better than Genshin Impact. There's just so much more you can do in combat. But yeah, that's pretty much where it ends for me. So. They addressed the lag. AP posted something in Discord that I saw. Let me take a look at it here real fast. But like, I don't know if it was like cut off. Okay, thank you very much for your attention to Wuthering Waves. After the launch of Wuthering Waves, based off many players' feedback on the game's performance issues, such as lagging, frame dropping, heating, blurred screens, game crashes, flashbacks, etc. The project team is now actively troubleshooting the problems and is already in the process of dealing with them. I'm gonna be honest with you. They did 2 closed betas. Fuck off with this shit. You should have done an open beta at that point. This is on you. 100%. You had 30 million pre-registrations. There's no way you didn't know this was going to be a thing. There's no way. You were stupid as a game dev if you don't believe that. Due to the poor experience brought about by performance issues, the project team would like to solemnly apologize to all rovers who care about Wuthering Waves. We don't apologize to those who don't. I understand. It's funny terminology to me. We apologize for not being able to bring a better gaming experience to our first official meeting with you, for bringing unnecessary troubles to all drifters who were looking forward to Wuthering Waves and letting you down. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say this. I'm sure your new gamer, your baby's first game, Wuthering Waves is the hypest thing ever, and they can do no wrong. That this is probably like a jarring experience to them, and like people can't handle this. I've been around long enough. I've seen terrible shit ass launches. I've seen server queues in the thousands. I've seen servers that just crashed over and over and over again on launch. So it's like, Yes, the lag sucked. Yes, the lag was making playing the game unfun. But I can at least check that aside in my head and say that's not the game. That is a condition of the game right now, but that is not the game, and I just don't judge the game based off of it. So it's like all of everything that I was saying to you guys there had nothing to do with the lag. At the same time, we've decided to issue compensation to all the to all the rovers who, for the poor experience caused by the above mentioned issues on May 24th, so tomorrow. Basically a free 10 pull, it looks like. Sound evoking vortex pattern. Actually, I have no idea what that is, because that's not the thing. I did have it today, though, chat, where I have installed my Wuthering Waves on my G drive. The installer had to update, so like the launcher had to update. And the launcher tried to basically reinstall on my D drive, so my main drive. And it was like, I just could not boot Wuthering Waves this morning. And I had to like go get the files out of D drive and copy and paste them to G. And only then did it work. It even said like, oh, if you've already downloaded it, select the folder. And I tried selecting the folder and it didn't fucking work because it was stupid. So interestingly enough, I had the same issue with Genshin. And I find it hilarious that like neither of these devs have figured it out. Like installing something not on the main drive is a very common thing for PC especially. Oh, okay, 10 lustrous tides. So there you go. So yeah, we are getting a 10 pull. Yeah, I like look, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Like it's nice to hear them say this. It doesn't excuse it. Like they should have known better. I'm gonna say that there is some level of like latency and crap that like there's just no amount of preparation for. But that wasn't like the occasional hiccup and stuttering because of overload. This was like blatant fucking frame hitching and like straight up like just being unable to play the game for like 5 seconds at a time. Like their servers, I'm amazed they didn't crash. Kudos to them for not crashing, but like that was just pretty bad. Moves too used to mobile where drives don't exist. I don't know, right? Like maybe, but it was definitely something that I noticed. So, does your JP need reverse dragon scales? Yes. But yeah, so like, we'll see. I am curious to know if any of my initial impressions of the game prove wrong, but so far that has been my initial impression of the game. I was told basically like, oh, Kuro Games is gonna do it better. Kuro Games is not as scummy as MiHoYo. They're gonna absolutely like treat the players right and everything. And I'm like, yeah, so far I just don't see it. So far this is just their, to me, Wuthering Waves just seems like Kuro Games' cash grab. It is their attempt at making it big and becoming like MiHoYo. I didn't lag at all yesterday. Yeah, like I was talking with AP and he said he didn't have any lag either. So I wonder if it's like maybe when you guys started playing, you got on a server somehow that was not nearly as full. But like, I don't know, right? I couldn't tell. You ever try reverse 1999? No. No, I've never had any desire to play that. Ugh. But it is interesting. Like there's things I definitely like about Wuthering Waves, including like the character designs overall and like the tech blended with fantasy aesthetic. But yeah, I think it's like as much as I can appreciate the game from afar, I just don't know if my concerns with the game will ever get better. And I'm curious because I did see at least one person in chat yesterday saying that supposedly the end game for this is worse than even Genshin's, which Genshin's end game isn't even an end game. So like I don't really know how to feel about something like that. But we'll see, right? How do you know about end game on day one? I don't know. I assume it's coming from people that were in the closed beta. Hard to have less in game than Genshin. Yeah, I know. Genshin basically just doesn't have an in game. Genshin is essentially whatchamacallit. Oh, of course it took me all the way out. All right. Well, AP is spent down over there, so let's quickly run over to JP to make sure it's not capped out. Don't follow standard gacha stereotypes such as big titty waifu. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's kind of my issue with Wuthering overall. Is I'm like, there's like 3 attractive women, the rest are little girls and ikemen dudes. Like that's to me really like there's almost like too many guys in Wuthering so far. And maybe that's because like that's their initial offering, and they're going to hope to add all these like attractive limited 5-star waifus, but it's like, well, at the same time, your first character on Raid Up is fundamentally green Kukulin, so it just is what it is. Isn't FGO's in-game just grind amounts forever? Yeah, pretty much. I think the issue at least is with FGO, you get done. Like you complete goals, you complete characters. And I'm not gonna say that like you can't do that in Genshin, just that like basically because of the nature of gear, it's theoretically possible to just keep grinding until you get perfection on every single possible unit. And that kind of just makes it so that there's technically never an end to it. Which I assume most people just go like, all right, I have a passable gear set on this character, I'm done. And I think there's just a ton of people that just say, whatever, fuck it at that point. Still got all these 5 APs. Still got a couple of the other things here. I thought Lion Kid was a girl at first. Bro, what? What? I don't trust Reverse 1999. I know Wuthering Waves has a roguelike mode. That's interesting, and that's like I do find it really funny at this point that like, you know, I've pointed out to you guys before that it's like basically these games, especially from the Chinese devs, have a tendency to like just straight up blatantly copy a lot of the Japanese stuff. And I find it really funny that at this point they're just copying each other. So it's like Kuro Games just, you can tell there's things that they lifted straight out of Genshin. If they have a roguelite, that's going to be straight out of Honkai. And like I was pointing out the gun girl that I was using yesterday, I'm like, this is the exact same move set as the gun girl from Tower of Fantasy. And I'm just like, god damn, they can't even like come up with their own shit at this point. Yeah, it's quite hilarious because I'm like, I kind of like can sit there and see it's like, oh well, they polished it, they turned it into something unique and new, but it's like it's still really obvious where they're getting it from. Tower of Fantasy still going? I'm sure it is. But like, is it popular? No, I don't think so. At least not in the grand scheme of things. I don't know. Whenever I try another gacha, I compare them to FGO, and FGO wins at almost every point I care about. I think if you're a Fate fan, in theory, it should, right? Like, but I do understand why people like the other gacha games. I think to a degree, though, I've seen people say, like, you know, things like, oh, the story in FGO is overhyped, or the story in these other games is like, you know, like absolutely fantastic and like masterclass and stuff like that. And I'm like, it's not. Like, most of the story writing in other games is pretty simple. And I'm not going to say that they didn't think about it some and put some depth in there, but most of it is pretty simple. In FGO's case, like, I don't know how people get off saying the story isn't good. And I've said this before. We had this discussion actually the other day because we were talking about Trom. That a lot of the issue with the like FGO story is more the community doing a disservice to it. Where like we sit there and we say like, oh, the first 5 singularities aren't good. And I'm like, they are. I'm sorry. It's like, I know they're not the best thing ever, but they're not badly written. I think there's still some issues that we can definitely point out with them, but there's issues with every story that you can point out with, and it doesn't necessarily make it bad. But I do find that really funny that basically after all this time, some of the harshest critics of FGO story are the FGO fans themselves, rather than, again, like basically people pointing it out and saying like, no, this isn't good, I don't want to play this type deal. Waiting for new main story. Yeah, I agree. And I've said this before that I think for the vast majority of players, and not for everybody, but for the vast majority of players, story is the main driving component for why you play FGO. Obviously, you still want to collect the characters. You still want to like have the gacha game and be part of the community and stuff like that. But like, if FGO ceased to have story, I fundamentally believe that this game would die out fairly quickly. Like if they said, all right, cool, we've wrapped up part 2, story is now over for this game would die. Straight up. Like, I'm not going to say that you wouldn't still have some people playing it. You would. But I do think that the vast majority of people would just tune out at that point. Because it is the driving mechanism. It is why people continue. People want to see that cool stuff that Nasu's going to come up with. I wonder if you ever hit a point where you don't want to roll any new units. If I ever hit a point? Or are you asking like philosophically? Like would there ever be a point? I don't know. Okay, I'll give you the point where I wouldn't want to roll new units. There's no more saber faces. and I will say, there was that time period, we're kind of in it right now, where basically the last saber face was what? Okitan saber? And the next saber face is Draco. And it was about like 1.5 years without a saber face. And I was like, well, they're not really giving me anything to roll on. It's not like my account needs it. So it's like, if I don't care for the characters, why would I bother rolling? And that's like, I can look at something like Wuthering and being like, you want me to spend money? Release a character that I like. It's that simple. I'm not going to spend any money on a game that doesn't have characters that I want. Rin fans waiting 4.5 years. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware, right? Like, and I know I'm spoiled in that sense. I've had a lot of characters that I do like added to FGO, but I do think to the same degree, it's also that like I can still find other people to like and to roll for, and I assume that's largely what goes on with the Rin fans, right? Like they fundamentally adapt, but there will be, if that's the case, there will be points where like, yeah, you just don't care about a unit after a long period of time. And you kind of just sit here and you go like, man, like, are they actually going to bring another unit that I do care about, that I do want to roll? Back-to-back saber faces for Annie Summer. Yeah. What I'm saying is the gap between Okitan and Draco was pretty long. usually isn't a lot of units that get released that I like. So there's like a 1 to 2 year gap, mostly, if any. Yeah. And I think a lot of players go through that. And players' tolerance levels are probably different across the board for each one of them, right? It's not even FGO anymore. Yeah, FGO without story would not be FGO. I agree. Other ways also has a boss rush mode. That would, I guess, be interesting. I'm not really sure what to think about that, though. Yeah, the drive thing was that I have installed it on a new drive. Wuthering will let you do so, but their installer, when it updates, defaults back to the original drive regardless of what you do, which is really stupid. So just be careful if one of you guys notices that. I've seen people saying FGO takes too long to implement people in NPC jail. I think that's a fair criticism. Even the devs have admitted that that like some of the characters took longer than they wanted to, and that they apologized in some cases for it. So like, I don't think that's that crazy of an assertion at this point. Summer 9 isn't a letdown after the Summer 8 gacha units. I think Summer 8 was contentious. Like, I liked Summer 8, but I think basically to people that were just sick and tired of LB6 stuff, I think Summer 8 was the worst summer that they've ever done. Right? Because it was just all LB6. It was just more of it. They tripled down, they quadrupled down. And I think at that point, people basically said, like, okay, fine, but like, let's be over and done with. So it's like, to a weird degree, I can almost imagine that Summer 9 will be well received by a lot of people just by virtue of the fact that it'll be different than Summer 8. Yeah, I think the goals in FGO are very much what you set it at. And I'm not going to say that you can't have that at the same time in any other gacha game. Like, I'm going to give you guys an example. I could literally go log back into my Genshin account, waltz right up to like the story, plow right through it, and start probably handling a lot of the in-game stuff. I do think I would be behind by virtue of gear. That is to say, I wouldn't have farmed the new broken sets or the new broken units. But like, I have an entire Genshin account sitting at what at the time was its in-game. So it's like, power creep has happened since then, but I could probably reasonably step right back into it and continue on. So, like, it's not like Genshin or other gacha games to that degree force you to keep going. But I think what makes FGO nice is that for the most part, you can determine the size of the account that you want. You can decide how many of these characters you actually need. And really, like I've said before, there's just a couple characters that you probably need to prop up your account. And once you have them, the rest of it is pretty much like icing on the cake. You just get what you want, right? And that, I'm not going to say that other gacha games don't sort of let you do that to an extent, but it definitely feels a lot more pressure to always have like the new hot thing in the new gacha game. Whereas I think FGO at this point is at least somewhat with its unit design beginning to struggle in how do we make new characters appealing without power creeping them. And it's not that like people can't find the character itself appealing. They can. It's usually that at this point, there are so many versions of that like archetype existing in the game that you don't have to roll for that character. So like, let's say they come out with another version of Castoria, for instance. Do you need to roll for that character? No, because you probably already have Castoria. So that's kind of where the power creep sets in, and they have to find ways of making it better. But just because it's better doesn't mean you can't continue to keep using the original. And so I think a lot of it is just a mentality issue that people have. FGO is very laid back with its mentality overall. And I think it's partially because so many of us just sit here and go like, nah, fuck it, fam. Like it's not worth it trying to like sit there and NP5 everything in this game. It's just in general not worth it for the average player. And I think that is basically the sort of ease at which the game is designed with. And it's why I have criticized them for like 90 plus content as they've tried to stretch it, because they basically messed up with making Oberon way too scalable. So it's like only really with 90 plus content have I ever felt that FGO was trying to move that bar significantly. With other gacha games, it feels like that's basically the case every major patch. So what if they came out with a new Proto Arthur? Would that probably be miles better than the first one? I'm gonna be honest with you, Proto Arthur is easily fixable, and it's not difficult to do so. Kestori is at Bond 15, so got to get a new one. Well, I still find the devs' comments about that sort of thing rather stupid, right? Oh, whoops, hold on. Well, you know what? Hold on. Let's go in there, chat. Let's go in here. It's the daily YOLO for DQ. Fun fact, DQ stands for Dairy Queen. Okay, nothing. I don't really have a reason to do that one. I don't really have a reason to do this one either. And I definitely don't have a reason to do that one. Yeah. For Deadman Quantes? Yes. Yes, that's what it stands for. Oh, by the way, chat, don't forget, do your basic training. It's short, simple, and you get a free course for it. So, like, straight up, like, it is down there, and it's meant to make you guys realize there's new mechanics. I totally forgot about it because I didn't come in on day one. So, is Sherlock worth pulling? He's a fun unit. You don't have to have him by any means, but he is a very fun offensive support. I have news for you. What news doth thou bringest? I'm getting baited by Story to do YOLO dailies on the Holmes banner. Of course. No, I refuse. I'm a newbie. All right, this one. Okay, so what are we dealing with here? It looks like we've got a couple of sussy elephants. Rider, Archer, Berserker, Rider, sussy elephant. Lancer. Damn, they given us everything at only 64 party cost to deal with this. Did you give me an extra class this time, game? You did, you idiots. You gave me an extra class. Oh, she doesn't have the burn command codes on, so hold on. I really don't need a bunch. I just need like one or two on her. And if they're not on her, it's because they're probably already engraved. Like, I gotta be honest, there's probably no point at which my stuff isn't engraved. I actually prefer that one to be on my arts card. And then we'll put another one on here. Oh, that's the crit one, right? Yeah. There's another burn one that looks just like it that always messes me up. Okay. That'll do. Unfortunately, I don't have Mighty Chain. Mighty Chain makes this even dumber. I use Marie Ryder to bait Ganesha to get the Tomoe chest. Yeah, Riders can be really good because of how far they can move. So you can always assure with a Rider that you'll be able to stay out of range of the enemy. By the way, I'd like to point out that, like, okay, no, so that's a Karna support. I was going to say, I was like, they only give you an archer and there's a Karna right near your master, but yeah, no. Okay, so this is fine. Basically, because we know the only way to the master is from here, and basically from here. We can kind of just sit here with Karna and like plop them right there and we'll probably be good. So I really don't have to do too much. There's at least 2 riders, so an assassin is certainly welcome. And then I think we do a berserker. Whoops, that was on the assassin one. Okay, nice and easy. Kind of just sort of sat around and got chests around the master for me while my Yang went on a killing spree. Yeah, 100%. Like, and that's just what you can expect to sort of do. Okay, so are any of the chests going to be difficult to achieve? Not really. We're going to move her up there like that. Going to kind of move them into position. Karna's going to sit right there. Ideally, I want Karna on this square so that if someone does come down this way, they get sealed. But it's very likely instead that you kind of just have Karna just either backline like you guys were talking about or plug. Only the master can move, so it's fine. Never been able to get into these events. I tried shortly after I started and it seemed more work than it was worth. I really haven't tried since. They're not hard. Okay, so what are we dealing with? We're gonna basically expedite him because it doesn't look like I'm gonna be suffering from any real threat with the master. I'm actually going to flip-flop here. I probably shouldn't. The logic is simply to get my bunny in the front row to have her deal with that. As again, Moon Cancer is going to get shredded by that. This is a precarious situation because I can move right here, but then I'm going to get gangbanged. But it might actually be to my benefit because in doing so, it's going to stop the rider from getting to my caster. Granted, I could also just start making a tactical retreat as of this point, trying to funnel them, and that may be all the better to do so. So I will be granting them the attack up and doing so, but it is probably the better option. We'll go ahead and leave her right there for right now. The rider's going to pretty much be trapped behind. And we're just going to our goal will be to lure the enemy. Okay, I expected that. I just didn't want my berserker getting attacked on a turn where the enemy had offense. So essentially, well, I do have quite a bit of credibility here, so we'll actually go for the Brave Chain. I was probably just going to farm stars, but yeah, I was going to say we actually got the bar pop, so that was definitely worth. The fact that I came in with that many stars was hilarious. I didn't have to use any actions there. Oh, come on, Galatea, move again. Okay, Ishtar doesn't know what to do. This is kind of hilarious. Basically, AI be doing a dumb. We're going to attack. We will probably kill. Unfortunately, this is going to put us at risk of Galatea. We're going to get rid of her cards. Is it just the one turn with the defense down? All enemies 3 turns? Fuck it. We ball. That's probably all I need to kill Ganesha. Yeah. Take the free stars. Let MHX here get a free pop off on your boy. And she does, and there's one break bar down, one enemy down. Is it recommended to backline units like Angry Mango during lottos? Sure. I mean, you need 2 stars and lower usually because your party cost. So you're just always kind of full. I'll move right there just to bait the AI some. But the real problem is going to end up being... and I'm actually going to start pulling her back because I get the feeling I'm going to need it. Okay, so we let Karna get the chest. He's going to do some work here. And we'll probably pull him back and then send him along this route. It wouldn't be the worst idea to get the master out of this position, so we shall do so. She's going to be drawn in either way right there, so we may as well just leave her. Actually. Actually, I can attack. So let's do it. I get a full bunny chain. This is weird. I'm doing the arts card first, and I'm doing it because I want the burn. Which you can see why. It just made everything else hit harder, and I still got the full charge. So not a bad idea. So we got to pop another break bar there, and I am ready on the retaliation to basically pop both these berserkers. So that actually works to my advantage. Oh, perfect. That's actually great. That's actually the best case scenario. Dumbass basically blocked his riders from actually hitting my caster. So we will just go ahead and take that one out. And then boom. Boom. No lucky crit there. This might. Oh, just slightly. Just slightly. Damn. If I got another crit there, it would have worked. But if not, well, the result is as it is. When he notices he doesn't have a CE on her and still wins. Wait, who? On Bunny? Oh my god, did I not? Omega lol. You're right. I did not realize that. Well, oh well. It'll still win, like you said. Yeah, Bunny be doing bunny things. T's overrated. Well, it's actual like freaking ruler card effectiveness just doing work here. Damn, no crit. That sucks. She's gonna get destroyed. Yeah, that's like oof. May as well take all the crit stars to the next turn. Get the free heal as well. Alright, he dead. Imagine eating C's. No, it's just like you'll see my bunny can basically solo the entire roster. Okay, so now we got the big one. And we're going to go right up here. Grab that. We just got to get this, and this. This is going to be the hard one. I need to basically kite someone, and it's hopefully going to be one of these two. So I need to, like, basically get him in there and then get him out. Well, let's think about that one here for a second. Oh boy, a double. All right, so what's he got? Oh no, he's got evasion. Well, if I had my CE on, that would be nothing. But he's only got one, so it's a single hit. So we're just going to do it like that. And then that. Basically, I still get the NP damage up even though the attack misses, and then the NP is going to absolutely curb stomp Galatan. Deployed a Herc with his Bonsi and nearly lost anyways because of my own ham-handedness. Hey, like, these first couple are not that bad. It's just how do you get the chest. But like the last two in particular are somewhat hairy. So just be careful. Skip song? Okay. Gonna keep moving the master down. Now the real question is, do I wish to attack? And if I attack, I am attacking into 2 riders. This is non-ideal. So we are going to backpedal. And we're going to bring her up. Or it's just between Jocko and the master? Yeah. Okay. You can actually target herself with it. It will not have any impact, thank God. We're just going to card it out. As Bunny basically just makes short work of a actual unit she's effective against. The King Protea danger enemy? Yeah, some people remember. Barg has slaps in those. Oh, don't worry. There's definitely going to be 2 in this that'll frustrate you. We're going to go ahead and just pop the heal just for some additional healing. I'm going to be honest. This man is not long for the world. Not with the 50% crit damage. And there we go, 300%. Oh, come on. Come on, game. You would deny me 299. Okay, so they've swapped. Huh. Okay, so we're definitely getting the master out of there. She gets further every single turn from striking distance. Looks like Bunny's going to have the back door to this, but this one's going to be a little bit rough if Ishtar actually comes down, particularly if she just lands on the invincibility, which will just be annoying. Okay, now we at least have a Berserker there. The Berserker is probably going to get Shrek'd, but it is just Mandricardo. Mandracardo is an idiot. Thank God. Chat, what is this cursed shit? Okay. What could they possibly buff on Summer Comma? I mean, I'm not gonna say they couldn't buff her. I just don't know why you would need to. She's not a bad unit by any stretch of the imagination, nor does she have performance issues. I fucked up. So these two will handle this. I have confidence in that. We're gonna move the master down south. And we're gonna start sending her up as we start peeling Karna back. Mr. Krabs, yes. This is such a crappy thing, but I think I would rather kill Mandracardo here. She'll get charged. She's gonna end up losing her bar, but this will be like just a better outcome because then Mandracardo cannot hit Castoria on the back end. Never mind. Ganesha does Ganesha things. And keeps me alive for another battle. If only I could attack again. It's funny because like the enemy switched its movements up and that made me adjust my strategy. So there's just been a ton of like inefficient movement going on here. Wait, NP? Well played. Well played, AI. I think it's the first time I've ever been NP'd by an enemy in a Grail front. That is well played. And invincible. Ooh. This definitely makes things harder. That's what I get for taunting her. Still, that would have if she had killed MHX would have been dead right there. MHXA, sorry. She would have been dead. You ran. You popped your NP and ran. Get over here, bitch. You ain't going nowhere. You just NP'd my ass. Your ass is grass. And it's funny too because this is probably going to get her killed regardless. Gonna take the stars. Actually did that in the wrong order, but whatever. Yeah, that's a don't run from me. You had me on the ropes. Why are you running? Okay, we're gonna keep moving that up. I'm gonna keep moving the master over this way because the trail behind Bunny is the safest. There's nothing any of these people can do to Bunny. Okay, so Ganesha attacks back into this. Your only hope was hitting her all 3 times and probably getting a crit. So you done fucked up Aaron. Very Janako move. They lived. Yep. Stalling for chess gave me time to punch Janako in the face 3 times this round. Nice. It doesn't actually sound like Cartman. Yeah, wait, you running from my assassin. All right, so we're gonna pull back and we're gonna hope that they try to form a defensive matrix around the master. Because I think part of the problem is I'm so close to the master right here that they had to keep sending units. And now I'll send Karna back the other way, and that'll put even more pressure to pull it back. Yep. Yep. Ishtar don't know what to do. Okay. That is one more chest. We're going to sit her right there because that's a good sandwich node. Ryder still can't attack twice. That doesn't really matter. The problem is I'm sending Lartoria into a scenario in which the enemy does, in fact, have... invuln. This probably makes one of them shuffle to at least this node. Simultaneously, this node. They are trapped right now. There is nothing the AI is doing. Is this Saberface only Grail front? Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Okay, so it's just a 1 turn. At that point, well, I don't actually have my heal. That is unfortunate, but we do have this. And the rare QBQ chain for the most possible stars. What? And she charged. Unacceptable, Ganesha. Unacceptable. Uh, Mighty Chain, yeah. I mean, in a weird way, the game is almost a little bit more strategic without Mighty Chain because you do have to actually think about the impacts of your cards. Whereas with Mighty Chain, you just kind of like go, all right, here's what I need. I have the cards to do it. And I can manipulate them in any order I need them to be. Whereas in this, it's kind of like, well, I could manipulate them in that order, but it might fuck me if I do it. All right, this is a well-earned revenge. Why did you charge Bunny when she was at 300% NP? I wanted the command code. Unless you're talking about the skill, in which case I wanted the dodge. But otherwise, that was it. Girls Front Line? Interesting. I was unaware Girls Front Line had good music. Okay, so there's technically one failure metric still left on the board, and that is not getting the item that I need for my stuff. So we're gonna actually pull back. Because that's quite literally it. That is the only way in which I can fail. Otherwise, the enemies cannot suicide onto me hard enough this turn. So we will actually just go ahead and end the turn. Because it's quite literally, once Bunny gets that, we win. Yeah, and I expected this. Okay. No cooldown on any of that. This will at least be semi-spicy, because I don't know if I'm going to get enough damage here to bar popper, but it should. 13, 14k neutral. There you go. See, chat? Easy. And now I get free stars. Ah, thank you to whoever anonymously gifted Jay a sub. All right, that is now GG. Ooh, there is one. Ooh. Hold that thought. I did forget about this chest. Karna's taking one for the team right now, chat. This is an awesome cover. What the hell? Thank you, Jay. Wait, did he bar popper, chat? I actually did miss that. No, okay. Okay. Now, chat, I win. Allow me to explain. I did not want a bar pop. Ganesha cannot attack me twice. Ganesha must move off of that square to attack me. There you go. So that is Ganesha's turn. And in the process, the other unit, whichever one she chose to attack, the other unit was right next to it. Give me stars. There you go. Now the bar's popped. So now it's simple mop up now at this point. Yeah, I had to lure Ganesha off that square. And then boom. Boom goes the dynamite. I'll take the 2 arts cards. Holy crap. I don't know if this will kill. He is anti-divine. She should be divine, but like I say she, it's technically a he in this case because Janako's not there. Oh, there we go. MHX doing MHX things. Yeah, I was gonna say the statue itself alone should be. So that was almost spicy, almost, but yeah, I forgot about the chest underneath them. Because again, it was like, oh yeah, I've already gotten 5, and 5 is the amount that I need to get, and then it's like, oh no, there's a 6th. But yeah, so there you go. That, like I said, that's the only challenge in these. It's just making sure you don't mess up. Tactically, they're not difficult to defeat, and it's pretty easy to maneuver the AI into a position that you want them to be in. The only difficult part is how do you stop the AI from suiciding themselves onto you? That's it. It's pure and simple. It is that straightforward. And I think a lot of like people struggle with that, and I'm not going to blame people for that, but it do be a thing. Okay. Hello, Azrael. Whoop. Let's talk shop with the event. Because we got to go over the Hakkenden. Oh, excuse me. Actually, before we do that, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna go refill my glass so that I have something to drink. Doggo event, woo, yes. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not surprised if it is. Still not gonna stop me from getting it out. Chat, I don't want to have to think about it next week at this point. So it's like, I'd like to have it done so that I don't have to do anything. That way I can have like functionally like a week off from content creation or something like that. And I say content creation, like I'll still be streaming, but like basically don't want to have to do other stuff. Okay. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gift sub to Ryan as well. Just say that we know that, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Let's go through the list here, and I'm gonna get rid of all this other crap. Did they send me daughters when I asked for some? I'm gonna make sure of this because oh yes, the ruffian point. Yeah, okay. Wish I had a clear picture of that, but be a man. Yeah. Was there anything else to this that I'm not remembering? Okay, yeah, you do get the event points from it. Okay, no, that's it. I was just trying to remember if there was like spawn or anything in this, and I was like, I don't think there is, but chat, don't we also have this confirmed for the 27th? Yes, okay, good. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today we're going to be talking to you about the Hakkenden event coming up here on NA in early June. First things first, though, I did want to quickly touch on where we stand right now in the schedule. As of the recording of this video, we are pretty much neck deep into the Holy Grail Front Moonsault operation here on NA. These are the JP dates, so don't worry about them not matching up, but I'm kind of showing it to you for comparative sake. So you can see this was an event that wasn't basically supposed to start until mid-June, and we kind of already have it, even though we're not even in June as of the recording of this video. So it is an interesting thing to say the least. We pretty much have Road to 7 also confirmed to be on the 27th, so you guys can expect that fairly soon here. But I do find it somewhat interesting, as again, we are about a month ahead of where we were on JP. And the reason I suspect for this is because the devs seemingly are trying to fit more stuff in ahead of NA's anniversary. We always know that our anniversary is basically going to be on the July 4th weekend, because that is usually the weekend that we get Anime Expo. As a result, we kind of know that the NA devs are going to try to shift things by about a month. This happens every year, and we know to expect it. We already have our NA anniversary date, so nothing like that is too crazy for us to kind of talk about at this point, but it definitely is interesting that we are so far ahead of where JP was at this time. I've gotten a ton of questions as to whether or not we are accelerating as a server and trying to catch up to JP, and I'm going to tell you that the answer is no, at least no as of right now. That is to say, should they continue to do so beyond what we expect right now, then certainly that could be a thing. But as of right now, for the purposes of comparing to anniversary, it does look like the acceleration is merely to help them get in some stuff ahead. So again, we are going to have Road to 7, Lost Belt 3 versions campaign coming up here. We're going to have the Advanced Quest Part 6 as well coming out. And then certainly we're going to end up with Hakkenden. And Hakkenden right now, for all intents and purposes, looks to be coming around June 4th. Again, as we can kind of see that the pre-campaign wraps up on the 3rd, and that's when a lot of other stuff does as well. So it's pretty much what we anticipate will be our date for the actual event, short of a proper announcement. The interesting thing, nonetheless, though, is the fact that we did get the Moonsault operation in the first place because the Grail Front technically didn't need to run ahead of the anniversary. The only reason that I think they did it is because, one, the banners, and two, the actual upgrades for the BB units that are in the event. But it does appear like right now they are going to also try to run Oku ahead of the anniversary. This is the odd one to me because there's only really one interlude in this, and it's not anything that actually gives an upgrade to a unit. So it is rather odd that they're seemingly trying to keep this ahead of anniversary. My only theory would be that it's maybe something where they're trying to limit the amount of blue apples that are getting created, but it is rather weird that they're trying to do this stuff simply from the standpoint of it's not going to leave them very much to do in July after the actual anniversary comes out. So again, you guys can expect anniversary to be July 4th, and shouldn't be too crazy of a time at that point. We kind of know what to expect. We're going to get some great campaigns. We're going to get a ton of courts, and obviously have Arcueid coming into the game. And then certainly we'll end up having other stuff afterwards, including the hunting quests and more advanced quests. But it is nonetheless at least a little bit faster paced than we were expecting them to go, because there really wasn't the need to run either Oku or the Grail Front before the anniversary. So needless to say, that appears to be the case. So let's go ahead and look at the actual Hakkenden event now. As you guys can see, this is going to be yet another 3-week event. We are in the era now where everything is going to be 3-week events. Basically, assume all events will be 3 weeks, with the only exception being your occasional lotto event and such, because they are sort of the events that are very lucrative, and the devs seem to want to keep those limited to 2 weeks. But pretty much everything else is going to be 3 weeks, so just assume that this is now the standard, and you'll be fine. This event does require completion of LB3, so please make sure that you guys are caught up on story, or at least through LB3 for that matter, if you want to partake in the event. There is no welfare in this event, so there's not a pressing need necessarily to do it, but it is a fairly lucrative event, kind of like a miniature lotto, like you guys saw somewhat with Summer 6. It's not nearly as, it's pretty much par for the course. All of our events nowadays are this way, and you guys can see you're basically just going to have both a time lock and a sort of point ladder, point requirement unlock. This is not too crazy. It was the same way actually with Summer 6. But it is an interesting thing nonetheless, as you will see that this will sort of gate you. So you do need to make sure that you're kind of keeping up with the event and make sure that you're actually doing enough runs of the free quests in order to unlock this. I think, again, this is another sort of anti-Blue Apple type of feature that they have in here, and it's easy to see why they would want you to actually do it. So just make sure you don't put off the event for too long, so that way you can actually get it done. And then again, you'll end up basically about little bit less than a week in here, ending up with the main story and the epilogue kind of wrapping up, and there's not too much to talk about in that regard. You are going to get Bakin. We've already done the unit analysis for her. We also have done the unit analysis for Tametomo. So again, as of the posting of this video, you guys can check out my opinions on each of them. And again, now we can talk about the actual event mechanics. As you guys can see, clear event quests, and basically that's going to allow you to obtain ruffian points. I didn't make the pun, I'm sorry. But again, it's going to be a point ladder style of event. And essentially you've got your Tamari, your chewing rope, and your white meal here that are going to be your 3 currencies. They'll probably be named different when they come to an A, but this is sort of how it was translated on fandom. And again, you can see that basically each one of these is going to be sort of just having an accompanying craft essence that's going to allow you to pop off with that. I will go through those with you guys when we look at the banner. And then obviously there's going to be command codes and various items in here. And then we get to the major gimmick of the event, and that's going to be sort of deploying the dog warriors out there in order to allow you to get materials. Now, the interesting thing about this, and it's very hard to see from the little infographic that's on Fandom right here, but it's going to cost you a material. That is to say, it might cost you an evil bone. And I know what you're thinking. You're probably going, whoa, hold on. I don't want to do anything that costs me my Ascension materials, but it's actually going to be fine. It is to say, you will use the evil bone in this case, in this example, to send the dog out. That dog will then go and get the material for whichever one you selected, because you will have multiple options. And then the dog will bring that material back and give you the material that you spent back. So you're not losing out on any materials. It's just a temporary cost. So again, make sure you at least have one of every material in your Chaldea and you'll be fine. But certainly this is a interesting thing that I'm sure will cause many questions. So yes, you do not permanently use the material, you will get it back. So again, you can see Fandom basically ends up saying as such. It says requires certain items to start. Those are your Ascension items. But those items will be returned after the expedition finishes. Basically, the dog warrior is sent on an expedition compatible to them. The expedition time is also going to be shortened. So you want to make sure that you kind of synergize which dog gets sent where. At first, you're just going to kind of have one dog and you won't have many choices. But down the line, you're going to end up with, as you can see here, basically multiple options to choose from. So it's kind of like thinking about it like the hot springs and some of the tower events where you're trying to like synergize which unit goes in the hot springs. You're going to do the same thing here with the dogs. You're going to try to send the dog out on an expedition that is good for it to go out on. And that's going to allow you to pick and choose which materials you get back. But this is going to allow you to kind of sort of choose which materials you want. So you don't have to send dogs out for materials that you don't desire, so to speak. You will be somewhat limited in those choices again early on, but you will have your pick as sort of as the event goes on and you have more options available to you. So there is no limit on the amount of expeditions you can run as well. So it's sort of a kind of use it or lose it type of deal. This is why, again, you don't really want to put this event off, because if you wait to use the expeditions until like starting the event like 2 weeks in or something, because you maybe been behind, you maybe been busy with other stuff, you're just going to get far less use out of the expeditions than a player that played it for the entire 3-week duration. So this is going to be somewhat tedious in the sense that you'll need to keep checking in. But thankfully, the expeditions do run on a like multiple hour basis, so it's not something that you'll have to do necessarily every couple of minutes, sit there checking. That being said, yes, you will want to make sure that you obviously send them out before you go to bed or something like that. And again, like right as you get up, you want to get them and then send them out again. But other than that, it just is what it is. Don't worry about trying to like min-max it too much. It's not the greatest mechanic ever, but it is a helpful one and one that you'll want to take advantage of. Again, you can also turn the notifications on in the game to allow you to be able to have a push notification on your phone to let you know when a dog does return. Basically, after the event is ended, you cannot start any new expeditions, though. So even though the shop will still be there, you can't send the dog out again. However, any ongoing expeditions will manage to finish up should you manage. So you could send a dog out like 1 minute before the event ends and you would still get the reward. So each day, basically, a main quest will be unlocked after reaching a certain amount of event points as well. And that's fundamentally it. That's all there really is to the actual mechanics of the event. It is fairly straightforward other than that new dog mechanic. So again, there are going to be event bonus units, and it's going to be your 2 new ones with Bakin and Tametomo. Both of these, again, I do think they're pretty decent units, but obviously check out what I had to say on them in the other videos. And then you are going to see some other units available, including, one particular big doggo right there, as well as Izo, another doggo, and then even Hokusai, who has some relation to Bakin in that regard. So is a very interesting lineup nonetheless, but basically all archer servants will also end up having damage bonus, which is rather interesting as far as that goes. For your event craft essences, you can see you will be getting Heartbreaker here, and Heartbreaker is definitely not a bad one. It is all attack scaling. It is sure hit, arts, and buster of 6% each and 50% gauge. The only annoying part here is that the sure hit ends up taking up so much of the actual offensive nature of this one, but it is a very good sort of hybrid style 50% charge CE that is all attack scaling. So if you just need sure hit, it is an absolutely excellent option for you. It's unfortunately not invuln pierce, but it's better than nothing. And basically, this is going to end up being your points CE. Again, at MLB, you'll get plus 60%. You can obviously keep stacking more, but just keep in mind that you will have that desire to also clear the shop. So don't just necessarily sell out all in one direction or the other. But either way, yes, having a bunch of this will be very useful. You will have the event codes here as well, and these, the 5-star one in particular is going to be quite nice. It's card damage up of 15% against demonic enemies, and card damage up against sky or earth servants, except pseudo or demi servants, by 15%. So really, this one is just a ton of extra potential power mod damage coming in there. And then you've got Paintbrush of the Train here, gaining you critical stars with a heal and applying curse. So if you do have an enemy, a unit out there that benefits from extra damage against cursed enemies, this is a really good one to put on them. As again, you can see it is basically Van Gogh's flower, but again, any unit that scales off of curse damage will be excellent for it. And then you've got Caval II here that's going to be, if engraved on a Buster card, increase the star absorption of the card by 50% and crit damage by 10%. So not a bad one either, even for a 3-star. So definitely some really nice command codes that you won't want to miss out on. There were some game updates here. Again, strengthenings for Hessian Lobo and Izo. Both those are pretty interesting. And there was a Da Vinci Workshop update to also give Izo his anniversary costume back. And again, you guys could see it basically becomes free if you've cleared Solomon. And you also got Hokusai's trial quest coming back in as well. But again, definitely an interesting thing there. Now, let's go look at the shop here. And you can see the Tenten Tamari here being your gold material. It's got 2 copies of the shop CE there. And then basically ends up with, again, a crystallized lore. Then your mirrors, your black beast grease, your Magatamas, and then basically your new Trom materials coming in as well. You do end up here with the statues in this, and I've already told you guys, for the more veteran players, you might not necessarily need to buy these. For the newer players, it's always a good idea to try and collect the statues, especially if you don't have a good supply. But I will say, even to the veterans, start thinking ahead now, as we are getting towards sort of the time period in which Ordeal Call is going to come out, and at that point, then you're going to have class score, and class score will require you to have some more statues in order to be able to unlock things. So just take that into consideration. You're probably going to want at least 600 basically of every statue, but it is up to you to determine how much you're going to want in that regard. You do have copies of the gold foes here, and then a command code remover, which is absolutely not worth your time, so do not buy it. And then we end up with the silver material here. You got 1 more copy of the shop CE, another crystallized lore, basically your LB3 reactor cores, your forbidden pages, your giant rings, your seeds, your silver statues and monuments, which again can also be super useful to buy depending on your status of your account. Another set of gold foes here with the attack foe, and then again the command code remover, which yet again do not buy. The white meal here is your bronze mat. It's got the 4th copy of the CE, basically your LB3 bells, your LB4 arrowheads, your evil bones, your chains, your cerebrospinal fluid, and then also your another copy of your golden HP foe. Then your normal 3-star foes, your 5-star embers, your 4-star embers, your 3-star embers that are probably better used being converted into mana prisms, but it's up to you. And then again, the command code remover, which yet again do not buy. I'm not going to really take a look too much at the main quest here, but just to kind of quickly scroll right by it and show you guys, you will end up getting something very nice at the end in the form of a very nice grail there. So definitely something to look forward to. Your free quests obviously are going to have a mixture of points that they'll drop, as well as the normal shop materials. This is pretty much par for the course. You guys could see you will want to complete at least each one once, but due to the fact of that requirement to have sort of points in order to unlock the next rung of the story, you are going to want to make sure that you at least sit down and farm each one somewhat but it shouldn't require too much. That is to say, as long as you're spending your nat AP, you should be okay unlocking the next rung of the story. It's only going to be if you're making blue apples or you're not playing during the time period that you'll find yourself short. And again, we can see the point ladder here. You guys can see the rewards. There's going to be plenty of apples, plenty of mana prisms, plenty of QP in here. You do have command code keys as well, even some tickets in here. And then for the next rung of the ladder, you guys could see pretty much more of the same. And then right there is your 3-star command code, as well as starting to get some golden foes. And then for the final rung of the ladder, which ends at 3 million, pretty much standard as far as things go for point ladders at this point. You do end up having basically your 4-star and 5-star command codes. And basically you do end up with even more gold foes and kind of capping everything out right there at 3 million with a crystallized lore. However, just keep in mind that pretty much for the last million of points, there's really not a whole lot going on in terms of the rewards, but it is what it is. Actually, there is even more than I expected right there. So sometimes the fandom will display it basically vertically, but essentially, so you do get at least sort of the break point at which most of the rewards have been given to you at 2 million. You will be getting the crystallized lore there, but then basically for the last little bit, you will get the final crystallized lore, just not a whole lot of extra rewards after the 2 million point. So again, that's going to basically be your point rewards. Then you've got the expeditions, and like we said, you guys could see basically, while they're idle, they're not going on any. They can fall asleep looking even more adorable. You can also pet them by tapping on their sprites. This is predominantly the main feature of the event. That is to say, dogs are cute and you should give them all your love and attention. But basically, yeah, it's just use these as frequently as you can. You guys can see the duration just to give you guys an idea. So it is going to function in that regard a little bit like Yamatai Koku, the old Gudu Gudu event, where it's got an internal cooldown. You just want to make sure that you kind of keep it up. And so you can see, just as an example, here's one that will cost an evil bone to run, but it's going to end up giving you basically a new arrowhead, as well as give you the bone back. So it's not a huge deal. It's just sort of like an item that you're entrusting to the dog for that time being. And certainly, as you can see, there are some nice things to pick from. I'm not going to bother detailing each and every one. Just as I scroll through here, make note of things. And you can see there are some decent options for what you would want, particularly if you're somebody that's maybe newer to the game and lacking Dragon Reverse skills. This is definitely going to be a nice thing for you to be able to sort of cash in on getting more. We do also have a challenge quest here. This is going to allow you to get sort of the extra crystallized lore on top of this. So there's a ton going around. But certainly it's going to be a sort of joint Hokusai and Bakin challenge there. And we've got the summoning campaigns. You got the first one here with Bakin, Lobo, and Izo. So if you do need Izo coins for whatever reason, you've got some other options there. And this is going to have some limited rate-up craft essences. First one here being Mount Fuji Pilgrimage. This one's going to be your 5-star. It is unfortunately split stats. It is stars per turn, arts up, and NP by 2 stages 1 time. Obviously, you might really like the art for some reason or something like that, but I am going to say as far as craft essences go, it's probably not the best CE. It's not the worst either, but it's probably not one that I would actually bother leveling up unless you just really like the artwork for it. Fortress of the Swords here. As you guys can see, this one's going to be all attack scaling. It's got starting stars, quick, and buster up. And then your 3-star is going to be Brave Warriors of the Prairie. That's basically going to have crit damage up, crit attack chance received resistance by 3% there. So it is at least somewhat rare in that regard that it gives the crit attack chance resistance, but otherwise nothing too strong. You got the second campaign here. This one's going to have Tametomo. He's going to be banner 2 in effect for you. And again, you can see here that he's going to end up having Hessian Lobo and Izo as well as the same Cs on it. And then summoning campaign number 3 is going to be the same deal, just with Hokusai on it. So again, depending on who you desire from this, you might be able to sort of worm your way into getting the units that you want. You may be able to avoid this altogether and maybe delay until anniversary or again summer, but it's totally up to you. So this, we pretty much, as we know, is coming on the horizon, expected around June 4th. And just remember to get LB3 done ahead of time. And again, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Let me know what you guys think of the event and whether or not you're going to be able to roll. And I will see you guys for the next video. You know, the only thing, I did not see that we get a 5th copy of the CE, and I was wondering that myself. So it looks like we're screwed on this one, and we only get 4. Which is kind of sad. It's in the ladder, is it? Did I miss it? There's none in the ladder? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was expecting, was that it was there. Let me look through the main quest rewards. Damn. Yep. Just the 4 in the shop. Oh, come on, devs. They know. They know. Ugh. I hate that they do this to us. I wish that they wouldn't. Could they be giving one for free at the beginning? No. You'd see it in the main quest info if they did. You got the curse CC wrong? Did I? Oh, shit. I did. Thank you, chat. Yeah. Yeah, then ghost energy, but not really much else. Thank you for that. I don't know how I didn't see that, because the freaking demerit word was there. Well, oh no, it wasn't. Okay. I just read applies curse and went like, oh yeah, this is one of the curse ones. Damn. That is my bad. Van Gogh's insane card damage, yes. There's a lot of dead periods upcoming to Blue Apples. I think, like, I'm not really sure why they're doing it, right? That's the only hypothesis I can really give you. And the only thing I can say is that we don't have all the info and the devs do. So, like, whenever the devs are making their schedule, they know why they're making certain decisions. We don't. We have no idea why they're doing it, right? Like, we can hypothesize, but the devs don't come out and tell us these things, nor are we privy to the information when they make the decision. So even if they were to tell us, they'd be telling us after the fact. And that's why, like, we just don't actually know in a lot of circumstances. You could re-record that part and stitch it in. That is very difficult to do on YouTube. I could if I actually sat down and edited it, but I don't want to. Like, this sounds weird, right? But, like, I feel like at least the community is forgiving enough if I just own the mistake. It's where I think people get angry with content creators, especially in this community, is when people try to sit there and just go like, oh, blah, 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 this is the way that it is. And then, like, they're blatantly wrong and they just don't care. Like, they don't care to ever correct the mistake. They don't care to ever, like, own it and admit to it. And that's, I think, the issue overall. So, like, I'm gonna be real with y'all. If y'all hadn't told me, I would have completely missed that. So thank you. I do appreciate that because you guys are helping keep me honest. But I have no qualms like sitting there and saying like, yeah, I'm sorry, I was completely wrong on that. Just is what it is. So. NP2 is where Hoku shines right now, right? A lot like Kiara before her NP upgrade. I mean, you can do her at NP1 and she'll work just fine. It's just one of those deals where, like, again, NP2 is such a really good price point, I think, for a lot of people in terms of like, hey, I like this unit and I want them to function better. I want them to deal more damage. I want them to get more overkill. And that does work. I think in Hoku's case, because the refund is on the lower side, it certainly does help her some. But because the refund's on the lower side, it's not going to help her that much. You're looking at more just the consideration of damage more than anything. So. Pre-carding becomes more of a factor. Yeah, I do agree with that. It can definitely influence your strategic choice, but I think that's the case no matter what. Like, it's a case certainly more with carding for her than it would be for other units, but the strategic choice of, ooh, I only have NP1, so I need to compensate with like even more powerful supports and more powerful craft essences. That's just always a thing for people. Like, versus like, oh, I'm sitting here with like NP3, and then I go like, well, you know, maybe I can shave one of the supports because I don't want to use them because of bond, or like maybe I don't necessarily need as good of a or robust of a craft essence. Maybe I can get away with something else. So. Now that Aoko is in the game, Hokusai really needs a buff. I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm going to say that Aoko doesn't really put pressure on anyone. Because I'm going to say this, like, do you know, Aoko wasn't the deciding factor there. If anyone put pressure on Hokusai to do more damage, it's Kukulkan. Straight up. Knock though, knock I can see as a welfare, right? But yeah, it's like, to me, Cuckoo is where like the damage just spiked insanely, and like at that point, like basically every other foreigner got served. It's like, all right, you've been put on notice, your damage is now sus. When I saw Nox damage versus Hoku and Nisha, I got that. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Hokusai couldn't use an upgrade. It's just one of those deals where it's like, I always go back to like where did it like quote unquote break? Like who ended up like moving the bar? At that point, that's where like people usually needed it, right? Yasu, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Cuckoo was the first piece that broke, yeah. And I mean, like, you could say that that even Cuckoo herself isn't what really kicked off the trend, but at least within the foreigners, we can. Hokusai's needed a buff for a long time, IMO. I mean, I think Hokusai's always been, like, okay because of that extra super effective man. But, like, yeah. Like, I'm not going to argue that she hasn't needed one for a while. You always want buffs for the ones you already have. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Sure, right? But I'm going to say that at the same time, like, at least for me, I'm somebody that just looks at it from a more holistic approach and says, like, even if it's a unit I don't have, I want that unit to probably be better. Right? Like, because I'm just somebody that believes that the game should be balanced and that, like, every unit should be useful. So. I mean, I think it's okay to have Omni Loopers, especially because at this point we kind of know that Omni Loopers definitely struggle with 90++. But, like, I'm gonna say at the same time that it's not necessarily Omni Loopers themselves that are the problem as a concept. It's how strong they have made the Omni Loopers, right? So like when you look at somebody like Cuckoo, when you look at someone like Tiamat, right? Like you can kind of look at these units and you can see that they just made them do stupid levels of damage. And that in and of itself is, I guess, fine because you could make units in their class try to catch up with them. The real problem is when they're doing so much damage as an Omni Looper, as a neutral damage dealer, that they begin to out damage the effective damage dealers of other classes. That's where I have issue, right? Like, so it's not that Kukulkan or Tiamat are strong, it's that they're so strong that a unit in another class in its effective niche is not stronger than them. That's an issue, right? Summer Musashi. I mean, I could even look at Summer Musashi and say that there's two things at play here. One, she is a berserker, so she's at least semi-effective. So she's not true neutral. And two is, at least she is somewhat kept in check by her desire to be a refund unit, rather than sitting there having like the ability to brute force charge and handle node structures that she otherwise wouldn't be able to handle. So I do think that's a factor, at least in Musashi's case. I'm not going to say that Musashi isn't doing strong damage right now. She is. But at least like the fact that she's refund based sort of limits her to like, I'd say at best like a 2 enemy node. At least like a node that has a single wave of 2 enemies. I think if you went down to 2-2, even Musashi would begin to really struggle. So torn between going for MP4 Hokusai and MP1 Baki and MP1 Tametomo. Oh, I mean, how much do you need Bakin and Tametomo? How much do you need an AoE Rider and an AoE Archer? Like, do you already have units of those classes that are adequate for you? Because at that point, I'm going to tell you, if you're already covered, go with the waifu. If you're not covered, go get those bases covered. Space Ishtar needs a buff. Space Ishtar does not need a buff. Not in the slightest. And here's why I say this. Like, Space Ishtar will basically never need a buff because Space Ishtar's strongest aspect is the fact that she has 50% charge and she changes her card type. And there's just nobody else really in the game that can do that at will. We do have a couple now that can be like again, like Emmy Archer, where it's like, hey, I can change my NP type this one turn. But like, the fact that she can just do it is nasty. I want an AoE Archer, but I'm still going with the GSSR. Oh, that's fine. Just don't assume that you'll necessarily get who you want with the GSSR, right? How often do you fight strong enemies that aren't servants? All the time. I will say that. I feel like a lot of people assume that the enemies in nodes are always servants, and it's very frequent that they're not. Now, I think like if we start looking at something like Gilgamesh, the argument is there that like, yeah, but he still does crazy good damage even outside of niche. And I can't argue against that. He does. Space Discharge damage is not up to snuff compared to the latest Omni Loopers on JP. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care at all. She doesn't need to be. Her damage is still crazy good. And her damage, like, if you actually run her through simulations in the same way that you would run those Omni Loopers through simulations and you plotted everybody out, you'll notice that Space Ishtar is still very near the top of that list. Like, she does not need a buff in the slightest. Just because one unit out damages your unit does not mean that your unit needs a buff.
She's still fine. Yeah, exactly. Is it wise to keep rolling on Creamhild right now if you have NP2 already? Or is it fine to stop till Fairy Cup? I'd stop till Fairy Cup. Especially if you're not keen on Charlemagne. But I want Summer Common to be the strongest. Yeah, I mean, like, so I'm somebody that, like, I don't have a dog in that fight, and that's why it's, like, it's easy for me to, like, sit there and tell, like, both sides that they're being insane. Right? So it's like, I don't know. I like all the units, but, like, to me, I look at this and I go, like, okay, well, like, for instance, let's take Summer Kama or Space Ishtar. How are they performing in the grand scheme of things? Oh, they're still fine. Then that's okay, right? Like, again, because I'm somebody that believes that an Omni looper should not be strong enough to be able to sit there and loop the entire game, right? I think there should be balance. I think Omni looper should be useful, but not completely usable, right? And I think the second we start getting into these levels of damage numbers where, like, for instance, Tiamat's pretty much only kept in check by the fact that she is an alter ego. And even against night classes, Tiamat can still do some dumb shit. So can they kill if yes? Next question. I mean, I wouldn't reduce it to that level. And the reason I wouldn't reduce it to that level is because I do believe there are units where it's like, for instance, I can take like Lartoria. And right now, if you compare the AoE Lancers, Lartoria is not looking too good. She is still capable of pumping some decent damage. She is still usable, right? But do I think Lartoria needs a buff? Yes. Now, you could say that that's bias on my part because she's my favorite character. But I am going to sit there and point out to you that it's like, it's not that she's near the top. She's not. She's been passed by basically every other AoE Lancer at this point. And that's kind of where I can point to that and say it. And usually the reason that she is able to still kill in something like a 90++ is because there's niche damage applying in her case. But if the second that niche damage doesn't apply, it's no longer good enough. And at that point, that's where I go like, yeah, okay. It's not necessarily about can the unit kill or not. Because nodes are different. All of a sudden, there's a node that's easily killable, and then there's a node that's insanely hard to kill. An example of this is like basically the Charlemagne node that's going to be coming up in round 2 of the next Lotto on an A. That node is just really annoying for a lot of people to deal with. And we don't often get nodes like that, but there are nodes like that. And you can see like there's only a handful of units that are going to be able to handle that, at least 6 slot, right? So it is what it is. Using Spishtar for everything isn't possible when 90++ rolls around, and that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I think she's still probably doable for a lot of the stuff, but where she probably wouldn't be in a 90++ is, well, the like 1 million health, like single target enemy on like wave 1 or some crap. And then you go like, geez, like what the heck am I supposed to do about that? So it's like, I'm okay with them using 90++ as a means to remedy the fact that like they don't want a Omni Looper doing everything in the game. I'm okay with them saying, hey, we want you to actually use effective units. I think my issue with them and their design of 90++ is it's largely predicated off the existence of Oberon. And that kind of is dumb to me, that you shouldn't be balancing the game around your quote unquote mistake. Because I can actually look at Oberon and basically call him a mistake. And the reason why is I can just look at the way that that third skill works and go, you did too much here. Like, they did not have to do that. They could have halved the effect of Oberon's third skill, and it would still be incredibly cracked, incredibly broken. So at that point, I'm like, well, I don't know what their plan was, but it's pretty clear that they created this like sort of bubble of like all of a sudden this kind of like inflation of basically damage occurred in the game. And that's why they're trying to address it. So I'm okay with them addressing it, but I think it's really dumb at this point that like they've done it this way because so many of the units can do it, but there's even more that can't. I'd say roughly in 90++ content, Obviously, when we're talking things like event damage bonus and stuff like that, I think there's way more. But I think the second you take event damage bonus out of the consideration, so like let's look at like a lotto node, I think 90++ content gets extremely limited to a select number of individuals in certain classes. And I don't think that's a good design. Like period. I think that basically the majority of your 5 stars and 4 stars of whatever archetype the node needs should be usable. Period. End of story. I think that is the metric by which I measure 90++ content. And it is not the same metric that the devs do, and I know that. But that's kind of my mentality on it, is that the majority of the roster should still be usable. And what I'm meaning is like, okay, so like let's say it's a caster node and it requires an AoE. Well, then the majority of 4 and 5 star AoE riders should be usable. Right? And in some degree, we have a ton of damage sheaves that float around in these events that allow for it. But I think the second we start looking at Lotto 90++, the more you begin to realize that, yeah, there's really not that many that can actually handle it. Usually it's your 5 stars that can. Usually it's with Oberon in the party. And occasionally it'll be without Oberon, but with basically triple like art support or triple like quick support or something like that in order to make it work. They want you to have niches to beat them, so it limits choice already. Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to say, is they have not done a good job of keeping enough of the roster up to date. Given the choice between them, you'd pick Oberon over Koyan Sky of Light, right? Now? I'm aware they both have a banner coming up in December. After that, I don't remember how many banners they each have. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd still go with Oberon just from the holistic standpoint of Oberon can be used in any comp. But I don't know, right? Like, that's definitely a lot harder. Oberon has one next summer as he gets a costume. Well, there you go. Yeah, so. And when they say next summer, they don't mean this upcoming one. They mean the one after. I choose Koyan because she's the one that enables buster farming. Yeah, that's fine. But I'm also going to tell you that Koyan actually doesn't really enable buster farming. Buster farming existed before and exists after Koyan. So it's like, if you want to go with her, that's okay. But basically, Oberon can. So this is an interesting thing, and I'm sure Avalon's going to hate me for saying this. But basically, in most scenarios for most units, double Oberon results in more Wave 3 damage. It's the truth. Most people just don't want to bother with double Oberon because waves 1 and 2 become a lot less damaging, and it usually is a lot like more precarious for how you operate the comp and use the skills. And the reason why, chat, to explain this to you. So let's go ahead and let's take my waifu, because this is an easy one for me. Oh, it's not going to do it. Freaking Artoria disambiguation. Because I can't just type in Lartoria because fandom fucking sucks. So you take a unit like Lartoria. Okay. Now Lartoria is an interesting one. Why do I say this? Well, you've got a third skill. This can be doubled up. There's obviously some value in this, right? But basically, you've got a second skill that can also be doubled up. And in fact, this can be doubled up on turns 1 and 2. You've got a third skill that can't be doubled up. What do I mean by this? Everything is a single turn duration, so you can never end up having this skill double stacking. but it is on a 5-turn cooldown. So you could have this on turns 1 and 2, turns 1 and 3, or turns 2 and 3. So you can basically manipulate the skill to go off when you need it to. But the interesting aspect to this then means that the only thing that you really gain benefit from, if all you care about is wave 3 damage, is this skill. That's it. It's the only benefit. If you're using double Koyanskaya, the advantage of using double Koyanskaya here is 18% from the purposes of the standpoint of that unit. Now, there may be other factors to consider in. It may be things like extra man trait. So if you're actually facing man trait enemies, then yeah, Koyanskaya probably does win. But what if you're not? What if you're not facing man trait enemies? Then at that point, is this actually worth? Is the 18% an edge over the extra power that an additional Oberon would provide? I don't know. It's difficult. And it really boils down to the fact that the second you begin to factor out man trait, you basically go, oh, well, okay, this kind of has to stack up against the 30% extra NP damage that Oberon's providing. So it's really weird. But yeah, in a lot of scenarios, double Oberon's just flat out more damage. As long as all you care about is wave 3. The second you start caring about the second wave, for instance, yeah, I think that's where Koyanskaya is just a much better idea because she keeps damage high throughout all 3 turns. But if all you care about is the peak damage on the final wave, it's an interesting idea. You could Buster Farm without Oberon, but only a few units can do it. Yeah, no, it's not even a few. It basically... So this is really interesting. We can actually go back to this. So... The second Scotty entered the game, every single Buster unit that was 50% charge on a less than... Well... No, it didn't even matter. Every single Buster unit that it was 50% charge became a 3-turner. Prior to Scotty being in the game, there was only a single unit that could 3-turn as a Buster unit. And the reason why that's the case is because of that and because of that. Anyone could 3 times? Okay, fine, more than 3 times. Basically, Lartoria could do it with double Waver and Merlin. And she was the only unit in the game that could do that. So then Scotty comes into the game. Every other Buster unit that's 50% charge becomes able to do it because now you have the ability to take 3 50% chargers. And that allowed them to actually do it because it was 3 50% chargers plus a unit's own 50% plus a level 100k scope. And boom, there you go. 3 turn. It was an interesting idea. Mordred couldn't? No. Nope, you had to have the 50% battery. So basically, because Lartoria was a 90% charger, the threshold for this was you needed to be 80% charge as a Buster unit at minimum. Okay. Okay, so technically, with that in mind, Sanzang also qualifies. But back then, we didn't really have single target farming like that, so. But yeah, someone like Mordred or Artoria, who's 30% and then 20 and 20, that's not enough. That's only 70. So basically, the math works like this. You need 100% for wave 1. Here, I'll do it smaller. You basically end up needing 100% for wave 2. That's going to come from 2 waivers. and you need 100% for wave 3, and that's going to come from Lartoria's 50%, Lartoria's 20%, and Merlin's 20%. And you're probably going, well, wait, Cad, that's only 90. And you're right, because the real deal here is that there was another 20% right here, which allowed you to save 20% from one of these and turn it into 30% instead, which got you an additional 20% here. So part of it's because Waver could break up his charge. But yeah, that was the only reason why. And it's really funny because I've pointed this out that like I have an entire video. Everyone got angry about me for this, but there are some units within the Koyanskaya system that are kind of penalized for having as much charge as they do. Lartoria is one of them. But basically, the reason why that is the case is because they can't actualize the charge. So that is to say, Lartoria over a 3-turn duration in the Koyanskaya system goes from being, instead of a 90% charger, she actually ends up becoming basically a 140% charger. And she cannot use the extra 40% at all. That's kind of the problem with it. So functionally, and when you start including appends, it's actually 160. So at that point, you start looking at like, wow, she can account for literally half the charge of the 300 that you need to 3-turn herself. But it's really weird because even though she has that, that is the benchmark for how much charge basically you would need to be able to start from 0 as a unit. And she can't start from 0. She can only start with a 50% C. And technically a 30% C, but there's really no way to actualize that. And that was the point that I was making out there, is that like basically every 50% charger in the Buster system in Koyanskaya's setups is equal to every 30% charger. They gain no additional benefit. And the reason why this is the case is because Koyanskaya has this concept of block 50 charge. We kind of established this concept back with Scotty because it was also an issue back then. But it's that you cannot break the charge up, and as such, you cannot utilize any extra charge. So if a unit has like 10% charge per turn or 20% on the back end of their NP, you can't do anything with it. It's functionally useless. It's a waste. So it's a really weird concept to have a unit that has too much charge and that basically can't do anything with the extra charge that they have. What's better, 10-10-30 or 10-20-20? You're asking which is better, Waver or Reigns? Well, what scenario are we in? It does depend. Because again, it really just boils down to what unit are you using and like why. Because functionally they're the same amount of charge. And you're able to split them up. It just all depends on how you can actualize it, how you can actually use it. But yeah, no, this is an interesting concept. And like I said, people got angry at me for making this video. I still remember people, like, it's my most downvoted video that I've ever made on the channel. Because, man, people did not like hearing that units are inefficient in the Koyanskaya system. That units have too much charge. And that they need to actually address this. But it's true, they do. Because until they address this, yeah, like double Oberon's just flat out better in most circumstances. Why would you be mad about that? I don't know. It may have been people thinking it was like hubris, or again that like it was biased towards my waifu. My waifu is 100% the reason that I like really thought about the issue so much. But it is an issue. It is not unique to her. It's unique to literally every 50% Buster unit. Too much charge means itemization budget could have been spent on damage rather than charge. Right. And that's the concept at play here. So because a 50% unit is stuck using a 50% C, even though they could start from a 30% C or maybe less. For instance, actually most 50% units can start with a 10% C. But the object at play there is that it's really weird. Like, as a result of this sort of thing, you end up with this ability to start from the same standpoint that a 30% unit can, because the 30% has the append on the front end and can start with a 50% C as well. So the 30% unit ends up having more damage usually because they're only a 30% charger rather than a 50%. This then means that they get to start with the same CE as a 50% charger who sacrificed their damage to be able to start with a better CE. But they're not starting with a better CE. So it's just a design flaw. It's just a mistake on the devs' part. If they had actually split up Cutting the Sky's charge, there wouldn't be this issue at all. But they didn't. So does Space Star fall under the issue even though she can choose? Yes, actually. Because it actually does impact Space Ishtar's damage somewhat. Just not on the final wave. It impacts it on the early wave. Where she usually, in order to be able to start from 0, needs to do like an Arts NP instead of like a Buster NP or something. But that's only if you're thinking about her as a Buster unit. You don't have to MLB the Lotto C the moment you get the 5th copy with 50% chargers. Yeah, I'm not going to argue against that. It's just like, this is talking more philosophical damage, right? Like, so from that standpoint, basically, because there is no like good 30% C in the game. So this is also a design issue on behalf of the way craft essences work, right? Like you can basically roughly divide craft essences into 4 categories for offense. Category number 1, 100% charge. This is your K-scope, your wizard marshal, right? Like it's right there. That's it. It's 100% charge. Category number 2, 60% charge. This is a rare hybrid that at MLB grants it 60% charge instead of 50, and usually has less stats because of it compared to a 50% CE. Then we have a 50% CE, and this is considered sort of the gold standard of hybrids, which is that like you have 50% charge, so you're halfway to your NP, but you also have really good offensive stats on the craft essence. And then you have 0% Cs. 0% Cs are all offense. They are usually defined by how much damage they can crank for the unit, and they grant you no benefit of advancing towards your NP. There's obviously this stat trade-off. Basically, you have the most stats right here, you have good stats right here, and you have weak stats, but it's better than nothing that you get on the 100%. So this has nothing, okay? That's the way that this breaks down in the game. The weird part is, with the 50% charger, that if we compare the 0% and the 50%, there would need to be a 30%. There would need to be a 10%. There would need to be in-betweens where, like, let's say this gave 1 stack of stats. This gave 3 stacks of stats. This would need to be a hybrid that existed in between them, where it gave more than the 50% C because it gave less charge. But these don't exist. They're really just not a thing in the game. And it's basically because that's not a thing in the game, and because of the way the Korean Sky system cannot split its charge, that the 50% chargers suffer. It is an itemization issue. It is an efficiency issue of design. So that if they were designed to have more charge but less damage, they cannot utilize that. Whereas in the past, prior to Korean Sky systems and stuff like that, usually there was this inversely proportional relationship between having more charge and less damage. But the idea was that the more charge you had, the more you were able to convert it into damage. That is to say, you were able to start with a better craft essence. But if you can't start with a better craft essence, that more charge is useless. It doesn't do anything for you. So basically, because of the synergy as well of a pins, 30% chargers ended up in this like weird like power jump where all of a sudden, not only did they get stronger because Korean Sky entered the game, they got stronger because they were able to jump to the level that 50% chargers were at, which is really hilarious. So they like 30% chargers sort of get the best of both worlds right now. Archetype Earth didn't make it any better. Archetype Earth is different. Like it's a non-issue because Archetype Earth is a 100% charger. So she just starts from 0. So she gets access to the best CE right away.
Overcharge MP one stage one time. Yeah, I wish there would actually be a way to like delay utilizing overcharge or like toggle it on or off so that you could say like, hey, I don't want to use this yet. I want to use this on the turn that I want to use it on. That would actually be really strong though. But yeah, this is more a comparison between 30%ers and 50%ers. And like I said, whenever we delve into this issue, whenever I use my waifu as the example, this issue comes up. But it is an issue for basically all the 50%ers. Like, for instance, chat, I could just as easily. Whoops. I could just as easily just like put this on the screen instead. And then a lot of people's arguments against my like thesis here go out the window. Because people are assuming that I'm saying this because it's my waifu. But the reality is it also exists for Erish. Yep. It's the same problem, so. If I don't have Kiara or Janako, do you recommend Arcuid? If I don't have Kiara or Janako, do you recommend Arcuid? Yes. Who else you got for Moon Cancers? Like you just got normal BB? Erish and Ishtar also had the same thing. Yeah, exactly. And that's like, I'm not doing this to like rub salt in the wound or anything. I'm just pointing this out. Like, and so we can take a look at this and I can point to this and I can say, who do you guys think does more damage? Erish or Roma? And now's the part where I get to point something out to you guys. One of them has had an NP interlude. So it's like, wait a minute. but you see my point, right? Like even having an NP interlude, it's partially because Roma's designed very scalable and very strong, but there is that easy example to draw. You have a 30% charger in the system that just out damages. What phone do I play with? iPhone 12. Doesn't mean anything because you can just use a Whales MP5 Melisson. That's why I hate Melisson. Listen, I agree, right? I'm purposely leaving Melisson out of this argument. Purposefully. Because Melisson just throws everything like in weird disarray because Melisson was too strong. But like it doesn't have to stop there. So that have effectively 60% charge to start with. I don't remember exactly how T-Much charge works off the top of my head, but yeah, like it just is the way it is. It's just a design flaw in the game. And that's why, like I said, I think people get upset when I point out design flaws in the game because it makes the devs look not immaculate and god tier and it makes them look fallible. But it's true. It's just an issue. And is it an issue that they're aware of? Maybe. Right? Like, because there may be reasons that they like wouldn't want to do a 30% C. For instance, there may be reasons that they don't want to allow you to split up Koyan Sky's charge. So, like, it was designed the way it was for a reason. Whether or not they're aware of the issues that it caused, I don't know. Right? Like, possibly. But so it's like it is an issue. It is a flaw. Is it the dev's fault? Yes. But does that mean that they're dumb and bad? No. No, it doesn't mean that the devs are like idiots, right? There's always Ryudo Temple C if you hate yourself. Yeah, there are some C's out there that are 30%, but is Tiamon's main charge 6 turn cooldown? Yeah, you can double up her charge. Oh, whoops, this is the wrong one. Thank you. God, it's dumb. Here, let's just put this on the better assumption. There we go. Okay. Okay. The hilarious part is with this being on a 2-turn cooldown, you can get this on turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3. And in theory, you can double pop it within the same turn. So that's also funny. Because that, I believe, is the, let me think, that's the meta thing to do, right? Like, you basically activate it turn 1, and then you end up letting it just over the course of the natural 3-turn cool down. It comes back, you activate it again on turn 2, you use another 50% charge, and that basically gets it back again. And that gets you double party NP damage on the final wave. Like I said, it's weird. I had to think about that again because like I don't have Tiamat on my JP, but that is how she works. Is there any real difference between 90 and 90 plus besides extra bond? Well, extra master experience as well. Usually it boils down to 5 slot 90 plus is equal to 6 slot 90 plus. And so the question is, can you 6 slot the 90 plus? If you cannot, these two things are equal. And most people cannot 6 slot a 90 plus node. It usually requires like super units, like NP5, 120, maybe even damage niche. But I'm not gonna say it can't be done. It's usually a very handful of select units that can. Good place to spend your teapots down for the end of the month. And I have like 8 days left to use it. Probably story. Yeah, I don't really factor that in, Dark, because here's why, okay? Most people probably don't care about master experience, and I'm going to be honest with you that they don't need to, because master experience over time is something that just auto-completes itself. Bond is the only real concern there, and it's usually not significant enough to make a major difference. So it really, if it's like boiling down to a player's capability and like ease of doing the node, they are probably willing to sacrifice that just for the like sanity. Like just for their mental capacity. But it definitely does depend. And yeah, I'd say in most of the cases that we've seen, 6 slot actually ends up slightly better for the 90 plus. I'm not really sure why, but it just do be. Like, it really does depend on the node. It really does depend on things. It's kind of weird because we used to have Damas Aurea used to capture all the info. And it was like when 90 plus first started coming out, the Damas Aurea got like real spotty for various reasons. And like they stopped capturing the actual drop data as much. And then they ended up kind of coming back and doing it again, but it's basically like right there from like, I want to say from like July onward, Damas Aurea for this year on an A is going to be not that useful of a resource. The what? Damas Aurea. This is the chat. This is the group, the site that collects everything drop data wise. Always has. Like you'll see numerous other sites, including Atlas Academy, that like claims that they did it. It's usually they were getting it from Damas. I do believe Atlas collects it for NA, but Damas has always been the source for JP. And for whatever reason, I don't know why. Like their collection just got really weird because I think the dude that ran it, like usually he would solicit like data from people and he like stopped soliciting for a little bit there. I think due to like real life issues. Yeah, I mean I'm gonna say this, like, good. If Atlas actually started doing it on their own, good. Because like it's kind of part of the issue is Atlas sort of like used the data and didn't really credit them very well. Like if you would go look at it, you could see it, but most of the time it was not clear that like some of the spreadsheets that Atlas was using were straight up just like translated versions of Damas Aurea stuff. But it's a good thing for them to do it on their own for that, and it's a good thing for them to do it on their own because again, then we have two independent sources of the info, and then not only can you compare them, but also should one of them go down, we have redundancy. I use Damas for my efficiency analysis. Yeah, actually, if you use it for your efficiency analysis, I'm surprised you had anything for the November Guda. As far as I remember, that is right during the time where they were really bad, but maybe they went back and added it, so. You could fairly guess which one the nodes do. Yeah, and that's why I basically just say, like, usually 5 slot 90 plus plus is equal to 6 slot 90 plus. This is the easy way to think about it. Don't worry too much about minuscule differences of efficiency. Because again, chat, unless you're sitting there, like, roiding out popping apples left and right, you're not going to feel that difference. Period. End of story. It's so minuscule it will not impact you. So it's like, to me, the only place that the difference actually matters is when we're talking about a lotto. That's the only place. I need to put that data into a table over. Yeah. Anyways, chat. I god damn it, you guys wasted like another hour of my time as I got distracted here, basically just doing other stuff. I'm gonna end up showing you guys some hard mode, some honor mode Baldur's Gate. And y'all are not gonna like the scum that I go to. Okay. Why did that? Oh, right. Too slow, Bob? Yes, Burning got it. Gonna be popping a lot of apples during the next lotto. I need seeds. Yeah. I don't think that's a bad idea. Like, in general, lottos are a good time to farm, but this next one, it'll have been a long time since you had a lotto. How far am I? I'm still in Act 1, but this is honor mode. So that you guys understand what honor mode is, I'll show it on the screen. Act 1, he's being silly. I am being silly. Like I told you guys, I literally have an entire like side tab of like, God, it's the tabs grow daily on it, as I just have other things I need to reference. banana, banana. But this is no like gimmick playthrough like I've been doing with you guys. This is me going all out on my run. Walk 20 steps, save the game. You only have one save. It's him doing nothing but gimmicks. Yes, quite literally. I just mean that like it's not like I'm doing like an evil playthrough or like a chat plays playthrough. No gimmick like that. This is just me attempting to complete the game on its hardest difficulty. And I get one save. And if I lose, it deletes my save. So it's kind of hairy. Yeah, there is one way to cheat, and it kind of does sort of like make this not as big of a deal, but it's I can crash the game and I will retain my save. But basically we are trying to get the sword here from Mr. Khadroth boss, but Khadroth boss down there does not seem to want to give it without getting into combat. So essentially we are at level 4. And I've got quite the interesting alignment of specs here, but just to give you guys further proof, here is the difficulty mode. And honor mode is the highest in the game. It is tactician mode with extra stuff. So you can see, honor mode is an intense campaign recommended for experienced players. It gives stronger bosses. The most dangerous foes in the realms are more powerful in this mode with new abilities and legendary actions. Has stricter rules alongside tactician mode's regular difficulty increases. Action economy and damage bonus rules are made stricter towards the end of the game. It is a single save file. You cannot reload older saves in honor mode. If events go awry, your choices and consequences always stick. If your entire party is defeated in combat, your honor mode run will end. You will be able to continue your adventure in custom mode should you desire, but finishing it will not count as finishing honor mode. If you are victorious and beat the game in this mode, you'll be rewarded with a bespoke dice set to use in-game for future playthroughs. Good luck, honorable adventurer, you'll need it. How many times have I beat Baldur's Gate 3? Just the once. just the once. I've played multiple playthroughs, but like I have not completed any of them other than the main one. But it requires quite a bit of like research. It's most precarious here at the very beginning as I'm trying to like get everything in line. Like right now, just to give you guys a bit of a rundown on my party, Lae'zel is not a normal party member. But basically, I have my own character, and let me see if I can show you guys the character sheets here. I am a warlock. I am a Pact of the Chain warlock, I believe. And essentially, I'm going to multi-class into a Sorlock. That is a sorcerer warlock, and it's going to basically be predicated on just machine gunning Eldritch Blast every turn. And it is going to do some really hilarious stuff. But right now, I am instead a gimmick build where instead I can stand in darkness and I have Devil's Sight. And Devil's Sight makes it so that I can see out of even magical darkness, which normally you can't. Normally, darkness means that, kind of like it says right here, it blinds anyone within and creatures cannot make ranged attacks into or out of it. You can come in and try to hit me, but your ass is blind in that regard. So it's not invulnerability by any stretch of the imagination, but basically creatures are going to have a really hard time hitting me in darkness, and I at least have the ability to hit them from it. And because I'm attacking from darkness, I also get advantage on my rolls. So it is an interesting thing. Then we've got Asterion as a monk. Monks are honestly probably the most like strong offensive class in this game. They deal just a shit ton of damage, and you'll definitely notice a little bit of an issue here. I am a monk with no strength, basically. I have used strength as my dump stat at the moment. And the reason for this is because, let's see if I can switch to Asterion. He has this, the Elixir of Hill Giant Strength. This will increase his strength to 21. and it lasts until long rest. So whenever I need him to, he can have a shit ton of dex, a shit ton of dex and a shit ton of strength, even though he's only level 4. And so that just makes him crazy good. He already gets his like insane like 2 hits per round. And then at level 5, he's going to become 3 hits per round. So it's just going to get even dumber. I definitely need to get him to level 5 for that. And then I believe he will end up also being like a hybrid with Thief later on for even more stupid stuff. Then I have Shadowheart. She normally is a cleric, a trickster domain cleric. And instead, now she is a life domain cleric. But as you can see, it's just 1 rank of life domain with 3 ranks of lore college bard. And so she is now a like crazy good healer. She also has Song of Rest so that I get instead of just the 2 short rests per long rest, I now have functionally 3. So it's kind of nice, and it definitely helps out in a game mode where every time you rest, it takes 80 camp supplies. So it's already double what Tactician cost, and Tactician, I believe, was double what the prior rank cost. So like, it's not cheap to long rest. I'm already at the point where I have enough stockpiled due to just being extremely meticulous here in Act 1 that like I can long rest pretty like casually. But it is a concern, and I need to like at least use my rest carefully. So it is very nice to be able to have this. Again, you can see it's just going to make her both a hybrid healer and controller. She has some really nice spells to that effect, and she can really pop off. And plus, she's a bard, so it also makes her have like charisma scaling as well. So hilariously, we've got 2 charisma scalers in the party. And then Lae'zel's in here right now as a battle master fighter because I was trying to do a gimmick with her precision attack here. But who it normally is Karlach. And Karlach is well, I'll just go ahead and show you because I don't think we're gonna keep doing this right now on stream because I need to figure out why this isn't working. But basically, Karlach is a barbarian as she normally is, but most people would tell you to kind of go your normal like your normal like strong build for a barbarian would be like, I think it's a bear totem barbarian, basically, where you just take half damage from everything, and it's really, really strong. We're going to be kind of doing the same deal, but less so, because hers is a gimmick build where no, I don't want to pickpocket you. Okay, stand up. Thank you.
What's on your mind?
You can see she's just dancing there.
I'm up for it, but your party's a little full.
Let's get rid of Lae'zel.
Excellent.
Okay, so now she's in the party.
Thanks.
And you can see that she is a wild heart barbarian, basically, which is kind of the same one, but instead of having the bear heart, she has the tiger heart. The tiger heart basically allows her to jump even further whenever she's in combat, which is really nice for moving around the battlefield. And it gives her this, which is a AoE cleave that is infinitely spammable and bleeds enemies. And basically, there's going to be a gimmick where later on down the line, anytime I impact someone with a negative status effect, I'm going to get even more damage and basically just be able to really pop off with them. So essentially, Karlach's entire spec is also about control and dealing more damage to controlled enemies. So I'm not sure how that's going to work for bosses, but at least for like making my way through enemies right now in the game, it is insanely good and really has allowed me to fight fights that I should have no business fighting at the current moment in time. Did you get the flame blade from the devil on the Nautiloid? Yep, that was my first scum as well. So you normally can't scum in honor mode, but you can crash the game to scum. And I had to actually do it there because I failed, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna like do another half hour's worth of character creation just to create this Adonis again and like basically, you know, have to just redo all of that and then fail it again and have to do another half hour. So I was like, fuck this. I'm just gonna like do it right the first time.
What path lies before me?
GigaCAD it is. Yes, it's basically GigaCAD. I designed it as close as I could to me, although, you know, admittedly he needs to be a little bit whiter. I realize that I have not seen the sun, and this version of me is like, this is like high school me where I was athletic, and damn, this is me if I took a different path. Fuck, now I'm depressed. You grabbing the Helldusk armor, though? Or are you talking about Raphael's armor? Or are you talking about something else? I don't think I can get Raphael's armor because I already met him. Early monk builds are strength cheesing with pots. Yep. Yep, that's basically the way it goes. I did make one mistake. I shouldn't have gotten the jolt shooter. I should have gotten the staff for my warlock, but it is what it is. Monks work off of dex, though. So the way it works for Astarion is basically, let's see here. There's so many damn, like, things. Unarmored defense, unarmored movement. Trying to remember where it is. I don't know. But anyways, I have Tavern Brawler, and Tavern Brawler basically allows the strength to be added for unarmed attacks as well. So essentially, eventually I want both high, but I start by dumping dex and then I respec into strength later. How do you get it for Act 3? I didn't know, but I actually just saw a video on this today, so I'm surprised to see Hera mentioning as well. But I'm not sure whether or not it's been patched or not, but I do know that it basically works where when you first encounter Raphael, you have somebody like out of the conversation attack him. He immediately disappears, and then you basically try to progress by going to the mountain pass area, and the game warns you, it's like, hey, it's going to advance stuff, so like make sure you have everything done before that point. But essentially, when you do that, it will take you back to camp first. He will appear in camp, and then you can kind of just beat the ever-loving piss out of him and get the thing off of him. You have to use silence, though, as far as I understand. But it is an interesting idea.
Just like old times.
And what you do with good old Kithrak there is you got to use disarming strike on him from a battle master. Whatchamacallit. I think there's a couple other classes that also have disarm, but it's not ideal, really.
Is that blood? No,
Oh,
never
whoops.
mind.
Some of them are still sneaking. So here, so you guys can see everywhere that I've been, I've basically cleared everything out. I have not killed her. And we have not been west of the Blighted Village yet. So I think that's where we're going to head to, because it's either that or I do the spider boss to get into the Underdark. And I'm not sure I can handle the spider boss at level 4 yet. I would like at least level 5 before I do that. Also, chat, is there a special, like, Quasit summon located in this village? Because if there is, I didn't know about it.
What's
Ooh,
hiding
whoops.
here?
Wooden barrels. So this is what I say when I mean I'm thorough. I will literally check, like, everything. So you can see, like, anything that could be of value, I take it. Including the barrel. Everything that could be of value. Can I drop it? Just, I don't want, okay, well, whatever. Ooh, another shovel. Under the Alchemist. Oh, I did forget to go under the Alchemist. Thank you. Thank you. I did forget that. Let's go there.
Better not be cursed.
Barrel has tainted the sound. Let him burn. What?
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Wait, where is he in here? Because I don't think I've ever gotten him, chat. And so you can see it's quite a bit of barrelmancy that I end up having to do. Get the book there? Wait, is it the like cursed Thayan book? Do you still use the damage sharing trick with Gale? Oh. Gale? I don't know Gale. All I know is little pig boy. But yes, I do, and thank you for reminding me. I actually need to do that right now.
I can't help having a devil in our camp will certainly make things interesting. Never a dull day, is there? Would that I could, but your entourage is full. You'll need to make room for me first.
Yeah, Karlach was just out of the party, so I'll remove her for right now.
One with the weave.
Okay, so little pig boy can put this on Karlach. This is Warding Bond, if you guys are unfamiliar with it. Right now, Gale is a life cleric for me as well. And no, wait, not you. Hold on. I'm not used to this camp. Where the hell is everyone? Where's Astarion? Where the shit is this? This is like its own room. A little finicky to permagate it unless you're a wizard. Really? So you're saying I need to be a wizard. So basically what you do is you cast Warding Bond on people. Okay? What Warding Bond basically splits damage, to make this simple for you. So it gives +1 to armor class and saving throws, and it splits damage between you and the target. So let's say Astarion gets hit. He will take half damage. And then also, Gale will take half damage. Simple, right? So it's like it's not actually reducing damage at all. So what we do is we take little pig boy, as I like to call Gale right now. And basically we have him cast Warding Bond on just about everybody. I don't have enough for the entire party, but...
You'll have to speak slowly. I'm finding it quite difficult to... I question the wisdom of that decision, but I'll be here in
Then we leave him back at camp. And the hilarious part is, Warding Bond stays on everyone. Because Gale still has it cast. So basically, Gale stays back at camp and takes half the party's damage. So the party takes half, Gale takes half. And there's a hilarious mechanic where NPCs that are out of the party back at camp auto heal back to full if they ever take damage. So, Prophet was commenting on this before, but basically I was playing earlier in the afternoon and I went back to camp and he was like, why does Gale have all this blood around his tent? And I was like, oh, don't worry about that. And that's basically how this goes. He's a gooner? Yeah, that's one way of thinking about it, right?
Soldier. Fuck yeah.
Okay, so now she's back in the party. You can see 3 people have Warding Bond. I didn't put it on my main character because my main character has darkness that he can sit in, so he's not likely to take a lot of damage anyways. God, stupid barrels. I have so many barrels. I have so much loot. Okay, we're going to add to wares. Gonna give that to Astarion instead. Give that to Astarion instead. Give that to Astarion instead. We're also going to add this to wares.
We're gonna give all of that to Asterion instead. Basically, I just have perpetual inventory space issues because I also pickpocketed the shit out of the vendor to begin with. So why are you guys saying I need a wizard? That's cheesier than a box of craft. Oh, it's great. It's absolutely great, and that's why I call him little pig boy. He's like the gimp of the party. He just stays back and basically gets tortured. Now, hilariously enough, I have advanced Will's quest line.
Have a lot on my mind, and
So he is now part Daemon because of choices. Lae'zel is stuck back there. I want to make Lae'zel a wizard, chat. You don't have to be a wizard, but I want to make Lae'zel a wizard. Now that you said this, I think Warlock is fine. Okay, what's the check I need to pass? Is it intelligence? Because if it's intelligence, I need a wizard. Because like nobody in this party is intelligent. I don't know how to like make that clear. But look, intelligence. Everybody is using int as a dump stat right now. That's why I'm asking. Smart group of people we have here. The hilarious part is the smart person is right here. So they don't need intelligence. They just need to do what they're told.
moving in.
Anyways. It's class based. Okay. But then is it like the book where you do the checks? Because that's the only thing I'm trying to like wrap my head around. Wait, does this have value? Might. I'm literally stealing the paintings off of walls at this point, chat. Ooh, potion of healing.
Always room for more.
Ooh, barrel. Barrelmancy is the correct term for my character right now. Why am I stealing all barrels? I don't know. I might need them someday. Maybe I don't. Maybe I do. I didn't need that bottle, but whatever. It's a fucking weird one. So where is it located? Because I don't remember seeing a closet scroll down here. Again, I've been down here like in 4 different campaigns. Ooh, that's materials. Oh, god damn it. I did not need the cutting board. Does incense have value? Yes. Does an incense bowl have... No. Does a mortar and pestle... No. Okay. Send that to Shadowheart, because I always need level 2 slots on her. Captain's log. Oh, no, don't throw it. It's valuable. Why would we throw it? When we can steal it.
That might be worth it.
What's that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the ink pot and quill is... Again, anything I can do to get more money, I will do. Hey, that's a big barrel. Wait, what? What? Remove from wares. Send to camp. Gotta pull the lever. Let's buy some boxes. Okay, that I will do. Valuable.
And the reason all of this is kind of important is you're trying to get ahead of the game. You're trying to work with a lead. You're trying to like basically have all the money you can possibly get, all the resources you can possibly get before you ever leave Act 1. Because after Act 1, the game gets certainly a lot more on rails. At least until Act 3. Augers. It's a maid painting. Don't mind if I do. There are no books in a pile of books. Interesting. Give me that. Or why did you have to climb on the box? I swear Karlach tried to force me to talk to herself right there. All right, send to camp. Yeah, but isn't this where the undead dudes are? Or am I misremembering? Yeah, and then we go to the whole thing with the Thayan book. So like, I'm just confused because I don't remember where the Quasit scroll is.
That might be worth it.
Oh, thank God. At least one person did. Okay. Ah, yes, MILF's acid arrow. I especially steal chests, chat. Because barrels, I don't know, barrels might be useful for stacking to get on top of something, but chests. Why am I surprised? I am not surprised.
Mutilate them.
Could have sworn you could push people off here. Guess not.
I'm heating up. You're not gonna like this, mate.
So she has great weapon master, but thankfully she's got reckless attack. So that does give me another shot at actually hitting an enemy.
I can't even catch my breath.
I swear the stated percentages just lie half the time.
What's the plan?
I usually try not to use resources when possible. So 40, 65, let's go with it.
You act a fighter, but a fool's a fool.
Return to sender. It is now dead. And you lose out.
Time to move.
I don't know why you think there's not enough movement there, game. But okay. Just using the shovel works. Really? I actually didn't know that. That's interesting. I thought you had to pass the survival check in order to get it. That's good. That's good to know.
What's inside?
Okay, so I messed up and accidentally clicked on the thing, and I shouldn't. So
give it a shot.
is the scroll like in the wizard's area, or is it like
Time to
in
brush
here
ahead.
somewhere? It's like I plan to open every one of these. Really, game?
Make it hurt.
Damn, that was a nice crit. And you can see Asterion, even without the Elixir of Hill Giant Strength, Monk just kind of be dumb. The coffin you're right in when you enter? Like this one? Do I just loot it or do I pop it open? Like, I don't want to risk losing it, basically.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's kind of hilarious if you can actually meta it like that, Persh. I don't want to act and screw this up because I have no idea. Like, I've heard that this is a thing. I just don't know the first thing about it. Because I know normally if you try to loot this, open the middle one and kill him. I think the rest stay dead. I don't think so, but...
Hungry for the slaughter.
That's just fun. As the poo scraper too, if I remember correctly. What do you mean by poo scraper? Huh.
There better be a soft bedroll in my near future.
I'm gonna give that to Gale. Ah, the Nut Buster. Ah, friend. You know what? All this goes to Gale. Gale can keep a hold of it. Shovel's Friend Finder. Gale liked that? Yeah, like, so, okay, so now what? Like, because I know you can, as a wizard, you can just learn a scroll. But you're saying a warlock can as well?
More for me. Open up.
I thought only wizards can learn scrolls. I thought so too. Which, like, I don't know if you lose anything you've learned by scroll on respec. Because, like, I could always respec a wizard, learn the scroll, and respec back. But, like, I just don't know if that's, like, going to be a problem. Because, again, you have Scroll of Summon Quasit. It's a single-use item. It says permanent. Let me see. Okay, how to get the shovel scroll permanently as a non-wizard. Pick up the scroll. Save your game manually before using the scroll. If you don't have at least at least one level in either sorcerer, warlock, or wizard, then respec and put at least one level in any of these classes. You can respec back later. The other spellcasting classes such as druid or bard do not seem to work. That's because they're not real spellcasters, chat. Don't believe their lies. Use the scroll and talk to Shovel. Use dialogue options in this order. Do not change his name. If you change his name, it looks like you cannot get him as a permanent familiar. Speak with Shovel again as the spellcaster has at least one level of sorcerer, blah, blah, blah. Well, Bob is right normally and rules is written, but again, this is a different thing. Wait, did I cast it?
Oh, shit-piddling toe-rag! Never summon Shovel, never feed Shovel, now call Shovel!
The stench of sulfur fills your nose.
Wait, you're not Illy? My master, tall, skinny, prick with ears. So, you're Shovel's master now. Fine.
Wait, are we sure it's 111111121?
And you, slab of beef with nipples, moo. Master Illy calls me Shovel. Don't like it? Change it. Don't care. So, what first, Master? Gutting locals? Raising the dead? Making them walk? Making them scream? Yes. Steal bodies, tear them, accidentally puts them back together again and again. When he wasn't horny for the book. Oh, book this, book that. He loves the book.
Oh God. He was horny for the book. No, I know what he did with the book.
Oh, Master should go see. Talk to the mirror, and remember, balsam, good for burns.
Oh, okay. Alright, blah, 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 blah. Do not change his name, blah, 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 blah. Go through the mirror, then speak with Shovel again with the spellcaster that has at least one level. Shovel should say, oh, a spell shite or something similar, and then give the person the spell Find Familiar Cheeky Quasit on your hotbar. Be on your common hotbar, and not on your spell class list. Oh, interesting. So I guess you do lose spells that you've learned by scroll. I don't think that's the right name to give it. Okay, give me guidance. Pray to God, chat. Okay, there we go. Rolls in honor mode are spicy.
The magic is old and wavering, but you recognize it. The mirror is a thinking lock, hiding some secret. The face is crafted to be pleasing, but the personality is just a reflection of the wizard that created it.
Speak your name. I do not know this name. If you are known to my master, step forward and declare yourself an ally.
I don't remember if you can intimidate it or not. I feel like you can. You know what? Throw in the inspiration as well. Ah, thank God. We made it anyways. We overkilled the shit out of that.
There is a pause as those glass eyes take you in. Then...
Okay.
A well-guarded laboratory. What were they hiding down here?
Oh? A spell shite! When the fisting starts, use the sparky magic to call Shovel. Let's kill everything.
Huh? All right, sweet. Find familiar cheeky closet. It is a ritual cast. Apparently, this is the better way to do it even as a wizard, because I guess if you respec, you lose any spells from scrolls that you had spent money on. But if you respec when you do it the dialogue way like this, you will not lose him as a familiar. So that is nice. Which is good because I currently have Find Familiar, and the one that I currently use is the Quasit. So the fact that I permanently have a Quasit means there's really no point to being packed of the chain now. At least as far as I know. The only benefit I'm currently getting is the fact that I have Scorching Ray.
What's next?
Get up here. You have good perception, right? Perceive!
What now?
Your turn, Asterion. Perceive!
Traps. How considerate.
Thank you. Disarm. Okay.
Traps. How considerate.
Yeah, that was what I was worried about.
Oh, for a skeleton key.
Okay, we're still rolling high. Thankfully, Asterian's sleight of hand's really good, so. I don't like that. Okay, someone else come in here. Perceive!
Another step forward.
Perceive!
Don't be shy.
Karlak, perceive with your barbarian perception.
All right. What now?
Okay, I think it's the traps on the side. I don't think there's one right here, like right in this area. But we're gonna pray to God. Ooh, barely. Dear God.
There.
Okay. We got the book out.
Looking ahead.
Now for necromemory.
The book is locked tight with no visible keyhole. Only an oval recess in the cover's mouth.
See, chat? You see why the old master was horny for it?
You try to examine the book, but the longer you stare, the more those piercing amethyst eyes draw you in.
Curious. Why don't you take a closer look? I'll observe from back here.
Please don't open the creepy book.
That looks terribly heavy. Why don't you let me carry it for you?
So we haven't done the spiders yet, so we can't do it, but just checking all the cocoons here. Funny. Put multiple cocoons in, no actual reason for it. Now I see what he did with that book. I ain't looking at it in the eye. I know. That's the problem, right?
Oh, cursed to put my hands on everything.
Wait, can I not light this? Interesting.
Something
Normally anything that's flammable, like, you can just light if you walk up to it. But I guess that thing, just was. Give me that. I need another barrel. I need another barrel. There's gonna come a point somewhere later in this campaign where I suddenly am like, I need a shit ton of barrels. And I'm gonna be like filling the entire room. And it's gonna like cause the game to crash. And basically, like, the entirety of the enemy AI will just be like, what the actual fuck? Yeah, this is honor mode. Read the logbook. Nothing of value. Oh, apparently there was something of value in it. Read the other book. Pick it up. Add it to wares. Ooh, scroll of featherfall. Ooh, basilisk oil. I've heard that I really need that. I don't know what for, but I'll take it. Research notes. I think in the process you find out he was trying to like reanimate people for some reason. We'll just sell his notes to someone else. Ah, yes, chest. Chat. The most useful chests in the game. Metal chests. +2 bonus to armor class as long as you are not wearing armor or holding a shield. It's like, well, that's technically me, but I have a shield. It's probably Asterion, but he does have the sparkle hands right now, which I think is just better than what he's currently got. So I have the gloves of missile snaring. Yeah, these are nice, but these might be a feed to Gale. Free as monk or barb. Well, the issue at play with barbarian, and I see a lot of people talk about this. We had this discussion in VIP the other day, but it's like just wearing the Githyanki half plate. It's more than I would otherwise get on barbarian. It's just flat out better. And then with monk, the only issue is I just have a flat out better item right now for Asterion. He just straight up gets lightning charges and gets damage from that. But it, especially if I don't feel like battle's gonna last long enough for him to use those lightning charges, that may just be the better item. Oh yeah, I'll actually go ahead and send it to Asterion for right now. Incense useful? Oh god, even this incense sticks. Random skeleton. So difficult to see things to actually like loot. That's a big bone. We could use that in our D&D campaign. We're currently trying to visit a very big dog. Roll of animate dead. Send all of this to Shadowheart. And then pick up the wooden chest. So the reason why chests are important, I forgot to say this, is usually enemies cannot destroy them. Usually. So it's why you kind of want that. Oh, also chat. You didn't see it because it was off stream. But I don't know if you guys remember the very first playthrough I had of Baldur's Gate with you guys on stream. And I nat 20'd the roll to get this. It happened again. I nat 20'd the roll to get the Warhorn again. It sounds. Yes. Oh, whoops. I didn't read it all the way. Wait, is there anything in the desk? Did I already... Sweet. So you can see a lot of this is just super tedious. It's just inventory sorting over and over and over and over again. But I do assure you that when I get back to town, I will probably clean it all out. And then while the process will repeat, it's this particular area that's just so
Like, it's got stuff everywhere, basically. I already went up there. Picks up the barrel. Drow poison. I don't want to climb on it. I just want it. The rusted key. Okay, now we can get out of here. As this basically just brings me right back to the front of the basement. I thought he just gave you the horn if you don't fight him. You have to convince him not to. Yeah, I think I just didn't come in here is the issue. But Quasits are a really good summon. They can turn invisible. And if you attack someone from, I believe it's like a succeeded stealth check or invisibility, it will incur a surprise round. And surprise is like one of the most OP things just in general in D&D, but it's super necessary for a Baldur's Gate run and honor mode. It's like you don't have to go all out. I know like the way some people do it is they basically try to get whatchamacallit. I think it's the alert feat, but like you don't have to necessarily do something like that. It can still be good to get it, but it's usually a better idea to just save that feat for something else and to just find interesting ways to trigger surprise in an enemy. Alright, just trying to get this one particular book. Unlimited barrel works? Pretty much. It's one of those deals where like you can use barrels and other things to obstruct enemies really effectively, sealing off their paths and creating like choke points. And in particular, like metal chests are exceedingly good at that because the enemy just cannot usually deal damage enough to actually do anything to it. So it's one of the reasons why you want to. But barrels and stuff, you can stack them, you can jump on them. So it's like, it's somewhat useful for just general purposes. None of that's actually that valuable. I do need to be concerned with my weight a little bit at this point.
You know, I do wonder because I'm not super familiar with the Forgotten Realms universe, whether or not people in D&D actually like devote themselves to one god, or whether or not they just worship them all to an extent.
How'd you know?
I just do. And the others getting drunk off their choppers in camp.
Ain't fair.
What a day.
Just as a little bit of an idea here. It's fisting time? Oh, God. Why have I never discovered this guy before? He's great.
Delicious.
That dude is armored AF. We're actually going to intern with him right there.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Okay. They are surprised.
Jimmy on the go.
He's not blind anymore. Reckless. I don't really want to use one of her rage charges. Unfortunately, Barbarian early on just does not have a lot of rage charges, and they only get them back on long rest.
Let me strike true. Behold, a most noisy cup.
So I can use cutting words to try to make this land. He rolled high. I don't think it's worth. Because they only have 2 more bardic inspirations right now. Okay. Is shovel a she? I actually don't know.
I won't give in.
Okay. So again, I can attack out of the darkness. They really can't. 18 to hit. I'm fine. That's actually more damage than I thought it'd be. So again, chat, remember, anytime you see damage on my character, it's half. Unless it's on my character specifically, but it's like any of my people taking damage, it's half. So that means I would have just taken like 12 damage right there in medium armor from this shitty little goblin bow attack. It's a level 1 goblin. Welcome to honor mode. Now you maybe understand why the cheese is somewhat necessary.
bandage.
Okay, run out, run back in.
Count on me.
Edge. Astarion's pretty much topped off, so let him. 7 damage. Wiki uses sheet. Interesting. Oh, he's frightened. He's also immobile.
Another fight. Let's go.
Before I use my character to knock back, let's use Le Barbarian.
Show him who you are.
Still didn't get it. No real point.
Still on my feet.
Need to act fast.
You act a fighter, but a fool's a fool.
Okay.
Survival is all that matters.
Oh boy, 1 damage. Damn, that armor is just making me deal like nothing to this guy. So, to me, that's a way around the rules because he threw it in an area, but that should not work. He should not be able to hit me in there because you're not allowed to ranged attack into darkness. So I suspect it's he threw it into an area, but that is the way this works, is creatures cannot make ranged attacks into or out of it. And the only exception should be me, who can see in magical darkness, but I digress. I suspect it's the AI's way of trying to get me out of the darkness, is they're gonna throw shit into it like that.
Moving ahead.
Okay. Pick up an add to wares. I will go ahead and use a short rest there to top everyone back off. I really probably didn't need to, but I don't have many easy fights left. So like this is a just simple like get every bit of experience I kind of can at this point. Let's sort this because this is just getting hairy. I don't know why I'm holding something like that, but whatever. We're pretty much their way or the highway. Yeah. That is what I would think. Okay.
What to do? These boots have seen everything.
The enemy is surprised. Easy. See, it's easy when you just fight one enemy, chat. It's when you have to fight more than that one enemy. Hey, what's up, Fox?
At the ready.
Oh, do I want to fight the spider? Oh. If I fight and win against the spider, I make it to frickin' to the Underdark. And I guess I could sneak past the spider to the Underdark, but I really don't want to. All right, chat, I'll give it a try. I still have pretty much all my resources and we are topped off. So it's like, if I'm ever going to take it out at level 4, this is the best time. I have killed just about everything else in the area. It's going pretty good, Fox. We're doing a honor mode playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. Basically means that it's like an Iron Man mode where you only have one save, and then if on top of that, if I party wipe, I lose the save. So it is very much one time only, and if I mess up, it all goes down. Okay. This is just me getting rid of any egg clutches because I don't know if the spider can spawn spiders from them if it comes back all the way back here. So I would prefer not to have that happen. Also, let me take a quick gander because it does have a legendary action. This will be my first boss battle. Has Gossamer Tomb. Legendary action available to the Phase Spider Matriarch in Honor mode that allows her to entomb a creature attacking her spiderlings once per round. Thanks to her passive feature, legendary action Gossamer Tomb. Unless removed with fire or acid damage, the glob of web will eventually explode, dealing 8d10 poison to the entombed creature. That is easily enough to kill anyone at this level. Easily. Okay. Any other green glowies? I don't really know why these things are like burning. I guess because they're like incubated, but This is just me doing fight prep, basically. And this is kind of what you have to do if you know you're going to have a difficult battle. And you can see this is also what happens if you step on webs. Essentially, you can get save failures, and it can also alert nearby spiders. Come on, you can make it, Asterion. I believe in you.
What do I have to lose?
Come on, game. Yeah, sometimes I get a little bit of lag where like the effect just doesn't go off. This game needs to calculate the damage. You got it though, I believe. I believe I can do it, but it's gonna take a lot of prep because this is early in the game and things can just go really, really bad really fast. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to come up here. I like kind of coming down this way because it starts the furthest from where the phase spider kind of paths. She basically paths back and forth on these two. And so you kind of want to keep your distance. I'm going to probably let Asterion go as he has the highest stealth modifier. We're going to go ahead and hard save.
The element of surprise. Like a wraith.
Okay. I do like the added touch of the characters, like, being stealthy.
At last.
So these are the actual eggs.
Let's keep to the shadows.
There's the phase spider matriarch. You got to be at least a little bit careful with her. She can and will aggro on you.
Let's give someone a surprise.
And I do not wish to step on that.
Feel their anguish. Be very, very quiet. Let's prowl.
Okay, so now we got that. We're going to pull back real quick here. You can't really get them all. Not without aggroing her, if I remember correctly. But you can get most of them. So there are this clutch over here, which are really difficult. And then a bunch over at the bottom down there. And then I believe there's some down here, if I remember correct, but... Ed playing BG3. Hello, Ventas. How's it going, bud? Yeah, we're playing honor mode. So this is extra spicy right now. And I'm trying to get all the others. I don't think I can pull the phase spiders without aggroing the boss, unfortunately. Which definitely makes this difficult. This, to me, is something I probably shouldn't be doing. Okay. Some of them are not very targetable. Not made it to Act 3. Too many total party kills. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing I'm worried about. Can I even target these? I don't know why it's like not letting me target them. They're clearly eggs. Oh god, he pretty much covers that whole area.
Step carefully.
Favorite BG3 character? Ooh! That's tough. Probably Karlach, but Yeah, I definitely like a bunch of the characters in this game. Correct answer. Okay.
They won't see me coming.
Do I let Asterion just die? He doesn't have an action. Let's get him out of here before he dies. I'd like to kill this. Because this is what enables the legendary actions. Let's go! No, 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 don't you... Right now, my man's doing work.
Make it hurt.
Didn't get it. I suspect this is the little ones that are dashing. I don't know what they're doing. Like, if I'm just gonna let him die, him suiciding to take out some of the ads of the fight might actually be legitimately a good idea. This might actually be worth, especially if I can Withers revive him. I don't know how they can't hit him. That's the hilarious thing to me. Like, he is just absolutely just tanking the entire fight. Oh, come on. The second the boss gets here, though, he's dead. And I know it. I'm worried this is going to draw the rest of the party in. Damn. Gonna end the turn. Gonna keep baiting shit out. Okay, nobody came up the stairs, which is good. Okay, so it looks like the phase spiderlings can in fact jump. I need these two to come back so that they can actually hit them. Okay, that'll work. That is so many opportunity attacks. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, sweet. We got one of the main spiders. If I get the rest of them dead and he's still going, I'm bringing the party into this. But I just don't see how. The boss has got to like just mess him up. Yeah, okay, there you go. Where the huh? Oh, okay, I was gonna say.
I'm ready.
Oh.
Unseen as I was taught.
First of all,
let's move. Don't want to draw any attention.
First of all, let us
Above all. Oh, I could go for a good meal.
let us
Afford to fail.
make sure they are not seen.
Best get in and out.
Because that's like, that's Monka-esque if he discovers the entire party. Alright. You ain't got much hope left, Asterion. You can't really get to the big spider. Your only hope at this point is to basically start curb stomping the small ones. And that's gonna make him entomb you. Oh, he saved it. That's even luckier. Bro, what is this? What the fuck is this? This man dipping and diving. Oh god!
Sometimes the only way out.
It's go time, chat!
Blood comes these days.
Need to stay focused.
Wait, whose turn is it? Oh, interesting. So if it can't see the spiderlings. Dude, I wish he had something like thorns right now. did you even see shovel? Chat.
Heading out.
On my way.
Let's finish this.
Wait, hold on.
Is ever easy.
Switch him to the shield. That way he has the plus 2 to armor class. I gotta like try here, but like this is getting kind of oof. Why is the Quasit not getting a turn? Doesn't make any sense to me. The Quasit keeps getting skipped over.
This feels good.
I don't think Spider Mommy can hit me. That was a rough turn. But did you just dispel darkness?
Nothing will
Did I lose my concentration on it? That appears to be what the deal was. Okay.
Fuck yes.
Are we still raging? I guess because we took damage. Damn. Something tells me I can't poison them. Feller of monsters. Well, I don't know what that is, but I'll take it.
Can't give up.
God damn, this thing's just nasty.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Okay, good hit. He's slowly just handling the phase spiderlings, which is good. Ow! Double fucking crit. Okay. Oh, right. They can see invisibility. No wonder that doesn't fucking matter. Oops.
Alright, Karlak. It's go time. I've got it.
Huh? I guess.
Go from here. There's blood in here. Well, so much for peace.
I'm ready.
Dude, 20% chance to hit. I understand I'm poisoned, but like... the fuck? Do I have alchemical fire? I should.
Let's see.
Is the Quasit actually in battle? Yes. The fact that these are separate from this is actually really nice. Ow. I am enwebbed. Despite being actively on fire on a web that itself is probably burning. Sure I can. The only real play I have. I'm gonna keep chugging potions because I need people to be topped off. Okay. Hilariously, this used to be poison, but it's now basically just blood because so much blood has been spilt.
No choice but to keep going. There we go again.
Okay, I don't think he can hit me there. He's probably gonna go for her now. Would really help to land one of those 50%. Oh, thank God. Okay, he critically missed at least. Dude, I need him to stop just teleporting backward, though. God, I'm just missing it.
It's hot in here.
Still breathing, despite everything. Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Can't afford to let up.
Okay. Well, he's saved, but that still dealt some damage at least.
Shall we cut and run?
Finally able to start using my bonus actions on the spiders again. And I can probably start to maneuver. So this is probably the fastest way. We're going to maneuver around beside it. The hardest hit that's been dealt to him yet. Yeah, I figured that was going to be the case. I think the AI, yes, it's trying to position for that entombment.
Smell blood.
Oh, sweet. Now it's bleeding at least. That'll help out with the damage some. Closet still has not managed to land a hit on the boss, but hey, any damage is damage at this point.
Never a dull moment.
All right, so before we let him act, let's let her. Saved it again. Move her out of the poison so she doesn't get to keep reapplying.
Where do I go from here?
Now we try something unrecommended. I couldn't knock him back, but we did at least get some good solid damage on him. Probably do the Hunter's Mart.
All right.
I don't know that it's gonna matter. Never hit it with a weapon attack. Yeah, I shouldn't have this on him. I totally forgot that that's melee only. That Hunter's Mart doesn't matter. Yeah, I forgot about that. Like I said, though, I knew that's what they were going for. It wanted that entombment. This is half the issue. There's just poison everywhere. Shadowheart with the throw out at home plate from the outfield. That was a fucking long throw, man. Okay. And for the first time in a long time, she's actually full.
Time for a cup.
Looks like all of our phase spiderlings are in fact dead. And time for Sterion to be out of all forms of healing. He himself is not on fire, though. Okay, he saved that simple toxin.
On my way.
Dash him. The goal being for him to kind of come up behind the spider here.
Ready for another round?
Sterion absolutely is MVP. I have no idea how he managed to just solo half the fight himself. There's just no reason that he did. But he did. But that I say that, chat, we still haven't won. This boss can still just absolutely and utterly fuck me with a potential crit roll at the right time.
I can't even catch my breath. I'll strike you down.
Oh, nice. I actually finally land a crit.
Talk to me.
Spider Queen's Wrath. What the fuck is that? 2 additional attacks, gains an additional attack per turn, strength's increased by 2, and has resistance to physical damage. What the fuck? Oh, closet actually hit.
No choice but to keep going.
My faith will protect me.
Suck on that.
On the way.
Come on! Half the issue here is like Karlach, who is one of my heaviest damage dealers, is just not hitting, and it's getting kind of rough.
Let's cut your fire, baby.
Still on my feet. Let's have some carnage.
It sucks that the spider moves right after him. Wait, what? Rage ran out. Holy shit.
I got this.
The dance macabre.
Need to stay focused.
I got one more spell slot. Puppy's going down to the wire.
Now this is my happy place. Smell blood.
There we go. It's bleeding. Will never stop being amusing. Oh yeah. I wish I could just like debilitate it more.
Come on, can't stay idle.
I still don't know what that Feller of Monsters thing is that I have. Oh, it's this. Advantage against monstrosity type enemies. Oh my god, I need that on Asterion right now. Especially because he's got like, yeah, Spell Thief, which is fucking worthless to him. Yes! Yes! Fuck you! Fuck you, you stupid spider! Not worth taking reckless and giving the spider advantage.
Survival is all that matters.
One damage.
What should I do?
I've got nothing else right now I really want to do with my bonus.
Hungry for the slaughter.
Yeah, this is what I need to be doing. I need to be attempting to topple it.
Put 'em up. Let's cut your fire, baby.
Yes, I basically win as long as I wait out the bleed.
I won't give in. Can't slow down.
Bitch! Yes! Reset in 2 minutes. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, chat, that was...
There better be a soft bedroll in my near future.
I agree. Oh my god. Yeah, the phase spider matriarch, I knew that thing was going to be a bitch of a fight. I should not have committed to it. Deals poison damage, deals in addition 1d4. That's probably a good idea for Gale, because, like, I don't think that's useful in the slightest for anything. Oh my god. Now I can access the Underdark. Now this fight can continue on. I use so many potions of healing there. Jesus Christ. So normally you take out all those eggs and you don't deal with the smaller spiderlings. So it would have just been basically attacking the phase spider. Interestingly enough, and part of the reason I wanted to go with it, I noticed that when the matriarch was away from the other spiders, it couldn't use its legendary action. And I was like, oh shit, this is just way better than fighting them all grouped up. So like that actually really did make the fight easier. It's what actually made it work out. Yeah, the problem is this is a longbow. So that is the other issue at play here. So I am not proficient with it. Erlak probably has, yeah, light crossbow. What that'll have to be. You know what? I'm just gonna switch that. I'm gonna give her the hunter's mark / hunting shortbow because she often doesn't have anything to do with her bonus action anyways. This actually just works out better, and then he gets the jolt shooter for the additional stuff. Okay, where was the other spider? One there. Okay, that one, we looted him. Ironically enough, the loot you get from the stupid, like, phase spider is just not good. It's more that the phase spider gives you access to the Underdark and gives you access to the dark crystal over here that you put into the sussy book. And no one got down. Yeah, I'm actually surprised by that. Like, that was damn close. Of course, that would encumber me. Send all of that Shadowheart. Which is hilarious because none of that's very heavy. From that to Karlak. Climb up the knotted vines. And so this is like normally where you do fight him. And the way you beat the Spider Matriarch is you get it to sit on the web and you burn the web. So I did that the hard way to an extent, but I did it the hard way, yet got to avoid the the legendary action for the most part. So it's kind of a trade-off. In all seriousness, I probably did make it harder on myself. There is a ancient sigil if I come back here, allowing me to teleport. And well, this is an interesting conundrum. I do still have a short rest, so he's gonna get his key back. I'm gonna get my my spell slots back. Karlak doesn't get back any rages, but she still has one. Shadowheart's the problem. Shadowheart only still has the one spell slot, so that is the downside. But it be what it be. Dad, I don't remember, but do you have to cast slow fall here, don't you? Like, you can't just jump in. Makes my first honor mode run look pathetic. No, don't worry about it. I did a shit ton of research. Also, I think the issue is a lot of people just step in honor mode and then they go like, oops, and didn't like think about it too much, and then they get like curb stomped by a random fight, right? Like, I don't think it's a huge like knock against anyone. I think you should cast it. I don't know if you have to. I've never went this way. Oh, really? You've never just jumped right in? I still don't have a wizard. Like, so if I do slow fall, I have to do it on multiple people. Or feather fall. You and nearby allies. Okay. Everybody, gather up. I don't care if the closet has it, but...
See my name.
And shovel. And this is how you get down to the Underdark, chat. This is basically the fastest you can. I guess in theory you can go to the Goblin camp. I believe you can also get down there through a mouse hole. There's several entrances, but I think, like, low-key, this is what stops you from having to advance too much further into the map.
Such depth to the shadows. I don't care what others say about the Underdark.
God,
It's
what's
beautiful
happening?
down here.
Just want a little look. Time to press ahead.
What's next, I wonder?
Uh-oh.
Wanna dance?
Blood comes easy these days.
Resounding.
The feast's begun.
Of course, you landed right next to the Minotaurs. Yeah, normally I can get away from them, but this dude walked straight up here, like, right away, which just kind of fucked me.
Well, so much for peace.
The big thing is the Minotaurs can knock you off the edge, so, like, oh, I don't want to go near the edge. Oh, good.
Best be on my way.
Still have Hunter's Mark, even though I changed the bow. Where's the other one? Okay.
No escape.
Let's finish this. Over here! On my way.
Hopefully they don't attack me. They shouldn't, but... Why are you going that way? Okay.
Gods, it's hot in here.
Fantastic. Well, at least Chalk is trying to do something. He's gonna chase this dude the whole fucking way. But he trying.
Don't waste a step.
Act fast.
Minotaur can't understand. Okay, good. At least he's coming back. He's gonna get knocked off. Yeah, hit him with that milf acid arrow. Okay, good hit. Damn it, Quasit. Jesus. Don't you line up a charge. Don't, no. Okay, he killed the Quasit, but like, I don't think he got anyone else, thank God. Astarion's the most injured, so I'm gonna like bring him up top because this is very likely to get charged.
In position.
Oh right, she can't concentrate either. Damn, this is just... Chalk, you're an idiot. I'm sorry.
Have to keep going.
Can't give up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The spider being a big hindrance, it is. He's gonna knock them all off. Bank just down there being like doo-doo. I'm not even sure I want to wade into that.
Well, well. Look what we have here.
I don't. I don't want to wade into it. Let the ogres handle it. Okay. Good job, Chalk. You finally got to the battle and you immediately got knocked down. Okay, so we're gonna save.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Shall we cut and run?
Watch this.
Okay, we got a nice crit.
Incoming.
You can do it, Chalk. I believe in you. Critical miss is not the best, but you at least dealt 5 damage to your foe. Good job. God, none of us can deal the final blow, it seems. Shadowheart, your time is now. I choose you! He's gonna get another charge off. In before he, like, knocks all 3 of them down. Oh, wait. We did it!
Can't slow down.
The deal is done. Now, pay up.
Oh boy. That's the first inspiration point I've had to use, but it's
You've got
It's well worth.
Mouth-watering. We're agreed, Moonsault. You know my terms.
Anything of use?
Okay. We managed to live. Resistance to slashing, vulnerability to bludgeoning. That's a very good one to give to Gale, because it's a trade-off item, and it's like, I just don't know that it's actually worth anything. Not in the grand scheme of things, right?
What are those?
These fungal spores are everywhere.
Oil of accuracy, certainly nice. That can't pick it up. It's too heavy. Now we can pick it up. There's just tons of materials down here. The big one, though, is one of the best weapons in the game, as far as I understand it. Called Farah Alu. Which should be somewhere. I don't remember where Falar is. Down? Somewhere up here. Yeah, right there. Morsel, yes, creeper. Your big thing that you want to...
More are coming.
That voice.
They're coming. They're coming.
I'm coming.
You can listen all you want, but it can get the hells out of my head.
They're coming. You're coming.
I'm coming.
A bullet. Those things are vicious.
I don't remember encountering it here. There it is, chat. Falar Eluve. I believe it can be pulled out with
Ready, whatever it takes. All right.
A slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil.
Elixir of Hill Giant Strength.
No matter how you grip or tug, the sword remains firmly lodged in the stone. A slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil. This blade was a warrior's sacrifice to Illustray. Blood can only be honored with blood. The drow script inscribed on the blade flickers and glows. It rises from the stone, hanging in the air in silent offering.
She failed a con save.
My faith will guide me.
I guess she just lost a point of health, because I don't think that was like anything. Okay. So there you go. Falar Aluv. It is a longsword. It is finesse. It is versatile. It is +1. Grants a +1 to performance. The only issue I have with this is that it quite literally can't be used by bards, and it is clearly meant to be a bard weapon. So it says the drow inscription on this blade appears to have been recently carved. It translates to, "Though I have to leave you, I will dance forever in Eliastra's light." You can see it does have a class action that the sword hums in anticipation, ready to sing or shriek. So if you tell it to sing, the sword sings a melody. All allies within 20 feet of range have 1d4 bonus to attack rolls and charisma, wisdom, and intelligence saving throws. Just nice. And then there's Shriek, which is the sword shrieks. All enemies within 20 feet have a 1d4 penalty to those saving throws, and affected creatures receive an extra 1 to 4 thunder damage. So just really a nice blade nonetheless. It is not a crazy amount of damage, and unfortunately I don't really have anybody else that can take it on. I like low-key am tempted to give it to someone like Shadowheart, but I'd have to respec her in order to do so, which would kind of mess up my current bard light cleric build. I'd have to like take it and go like, you know, like fighter, then cleric for one, then bard, and then she'd actually have the capability of utilizing it. But it would be an interesting thing nonetheless. Kazari, thank you for the 2 years. Appreciate it, my man. Yes, we are still live. We are doing the honor mode playthrough here, but I think with that I actually am gonna end it here, as this is sort of a perfect stopping point, because I need to do some research and I need to figure out just what the heck I am gonna do. Let me see if anyone is still on for this evening. I see Mr. CZ on. He's doing some wuthering, so I'm gonna send you guys over his way. And again, I hope you guys enjoyed. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a pretty chill day since we've already covered just about everything for the week. I will try to get the videos out though. So again, I will see you guys for the next one. Do enjoy and go give Mr. CZ my love. He's a member of my stream team and a good buddy of mine. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why it never takes on the first time I type it in. But again, I hope you guys had a fun one. Thank you for all the support and have a good evening.